The board will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans.
Present.
Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Gracia.
Present.
Alderman Coder.
Here.
Alderwoman Rice.
Present.
Alderman Gunther.
Here.
Alderman Vollmer.
Present.
Alderwoman Martin. Alderwoman Grass.
Present.
Alderwoman Murphy.
Here.
Alderwoman Howard.
Present.
Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg.
Present.
Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd.
Present.
Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer.
Present.
Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd.
Present.
Alderman Vaquero.
Present.
Alderman Narayan.
Present.
Alderman Cone.
Present.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Here.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Present.
Alderwoman Navarro.
Present.
President Reed.
Here.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Present.
Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Present.
Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Hubbard.
Present.
Alderwoman Martin. Alderwoman Green.
Present.
Alderman Rhodey. Alderwoman Davis.
Present.
Alderman Muhammad. 25 present.
The quorum being present, we will be led today in prayer by our very own John Watson Jr. of Maple Temple. John?
God bless you today. God bless you today. God bless you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rev.
Okay. All right.
God bless you.
We thank God for you today. We'd like to take a moment of silence for one of our faithful city employees, Mr. Don Delores. He worked with the city council's office for 39 years. He was a tenacious advocate of the city interests. He will be missed. Also, our own Mr. Steve and Mike Roberts, their mother, passed, and they're having her funeral today. Also, the grandmother of Steve Roberts Jr., our state senator of the 5th Senatorial District. We'll have a moment of silence to honor those great St. Louis. We'll quote from the Holy Scriptures. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leads me beside, he maketh me to lie down in still and green pasture. He leadeth me beside the still water. He restored my soul. Gracious God, Heavenly Father, in this hope we come now and bow our hearts at this time of prayer. Lead us into the green pasture, besides restful waters where we can find restoration of spirit and renewed faith in you. Even though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil, for you are with us. always strengthening and always supporting us. Bless the members of this board to have wisdom, faith, and courage for the experiences of this day. As they follow your leading, may they never fail the people they serve or you. Allow this community to find the way to peace and justice. Into your arms we commit ourselves, our community, our city. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Appreciate you. Let's give Reverend a round of applause. Thank you for opening us up in prayer. We'll dispense with line item 3. Introduction of honor guests. Any introduction of honor guests? Alderman from the 23rd.
As always.
Uh-oh, you have multiple mics on, Alderman.
I know, hold on.
You got to turn one. You have to mute one of them.
I'm just trying to get out of that. There we go. Okay, sorry.
There
about
we
that.
go.
Okay, I was in 2 meetings earlier
Okay.
that never got started. Anyway, as my honor guest, I'd like to have my good friend Greg Meyer.
Welcome, Greg. Appreciate having you this morning. Any further introductions? Alderwoman from the 4th.
Yes, as my honored guest, I'd like to introduce my lead developer, Laura Hughes of Fleur de Lis Development Corporation.
Laura, thanks for joining us today. Welcome. Any further introductions? Any further introductions? Any further introductions? Alderman from the 10th, like to wrap us up.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Today is January 22nd, 2021. On this day, Sam Cooke was born. Also in 1968, Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In premiered. But this, Mr. President, is probably your least favorite day. It's Talk to Your Cat and Answer His Questions Day.
Oh, no, that'd kill me.
Knowing how much you love cats, your first question would be, why are you my cat, right?
Exactly. Thanks, Alderman. Approval of the minutes.
Approval of the minutes dated Friday, January the 15th, 2021.
Alderman from the 22nd, you're recognized on approval of the minutes.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board. I move for approval of the minutes dated January the 15th, 2020.
Second.
Moved by the Alderman from 22nd, seconded by Alderman from 10th. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose. Motion carries. Report of city officials.
Report of city officials can be found in A, B, and C of the agenda and has been placed in the alderman's mailboxes. Dear members of the board, I have the pleasure to submit the following individuals to the Riverfront Hotel Community Improvement District. The appointment of Ms. Jennifer Burns, whose term will expire May 18th, 2022. The appointment of Mr. Henry Hearns Jr., whose term will expire May 18th, 2022. The appointment of Mr. Randall Thompson, whose term will expire May 18th, 2024. The reappointment of Ms. Lisa Saban, whose term will expire May 18th, 2024. The reappointment of Mr. Timothy Combs, whose term will expire on May 18th, 2024. I respectfully request your appointments of these appointments. Sincerely, Lyda Cruzen, Mayor.
From the 7th, you recognize on the mayor's appointment to the Riverfront Hotel Community Improvement District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the board, I move to approve the mayor's appointment to the Riverfront Hotel SID.
Second.
Moved by Alderman from 7th, seconded by Alderman from the 10th and Alderman from 13th. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Motion carries.
Dear members of the board, I have the pleasure to submit the following individuals for appointment and reappointment to the Locust Central Special Business District. The reappointment of Mr. John Hayden, whose term will expire December 31st, 2023. The reappointment of Mr. Ken Neuenberger, whose term will expire December 31st, 2023. The reappointment of Mr. Michael Bergerman, whose term will expire December 31st, 2023. The appointment of Ms. Karen Drake, whose term will expire December 31st, 2024. I respectfully request your approval of the appointment. Sincerely, Lyda Cruzen, Mayor.
Alderwoman from the 19th, you recognize for the mayor's appointments to the Locust Central Special Business District.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also to the full board, I'd like to move that we adopt these appointments and reappointments to the local business district board.
Moved by Alderwoman from the 19th, entertain a second on that.
Second.
Seconded.
Seconded by Alderman from the 23rd. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Dear members of the board, I have the pleasure to submit the following individual for reappointment to the Port Authority Commission. The reappointment of Mr. Matthew McBride, whose term will expire November 22nd, 2022.
Alderman from the 19th, you recognize on the mayor's appointment to the Port Authority Commission.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to move that we adopt the reappointment to the Port Authority Commission. Thank you.
Moved by
Second
Alderman from
that.
the 19th, seconded by Alderman from the 23rd. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
That is the extent of report of city officials.
We will dispense with line item 7. Would anyone like to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our formal calendars? Would anyone like to take any bills? Alderman from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move Board Bill 200 off the informal calendar to the perfection calendar, please.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that. Place Board Bill 200 at the end of the regular perfection calendar. Would anyone like to take any further bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? We will dispense with line items 8 through 10. First reading board bills,
We have none.
reference to committee,
We have none.
second reading.
The following board bill was reported out of the COVID-19 Special Committee. Board Bill 239, sponsored by President Reed, Alderwoman Hubbard, Alderwoman Murphy, and Alderman Boyd. An ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, wherein the Board of Aldermen authorizes the receipt of and appropriates funds appropriated by the United States Congress to the Department of Treasury under the House of Representatives Bill 133 for emergency rental and housing assistance payments by local governments, emergency health purposes under the United States Department of Health and Human Services grant programs, and for the low-income household drinking water and wastewater emergency assistance program and contain an emergency clause. The following board bills was reported out of HUD with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 217, sponsored by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated January the 26th, 2021 for the 360 through 3609 Lindell Boulevard area. The following board bills were reported out of Ways and Means with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 169, sponsored by Alderwoman Martin and Alderwoman Navarro, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing the City of St. Louis by and through the Board of Public Service to accept Missouri Department of Natural Resources Air Pollution Control Volkswagen Trust Awards for the VW Trust Grant Program for $423,000 containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 210, sponsored by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance approving the amended petition related to the Olive West Community Improvement District, finding a public purpose therefore and containing a severability clause and an emergency clause. Board Bill 211, sponsored by Alderwoman Middlebrook, an ordinance approving the petition to establish the Clarence Broadway Community Improvement District, finding a public purpose therefore and containing a severability clause and an emergency clause. Board Bill 219, committee sub, sponsored by Alderwoman Howard. An ordinance approving a petition to establish the 4350 South Kings Highway Community Improvement District, establishing the 4350 South Kings Highway Community Improvement District, finding a public purpose for the establishment of the 4350 South Kings Highway Community Improvement District, making certain findings with respect thereto, containing certain other actions of other city officials, and containing a severability clause and an emergency clause. Board Bill 236, sponsored by Alderman Collins Muhammad, and ordinance amending ordinance 71257, approved December 18th, 2020, changing the initial rate of levy set forth in section 1, paragraph B to 75 cents and changing the election date set forth in section 10 to April 2nd, 2021. Changing the initial rate of levy set forth in section 10 to 75 cents and placing the ordinance number, the date of its approval, and the board bill number in the official ballot language set forth in section 10 and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 222, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Ingracia, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Gunther, Alderwoman Rice, Alderman Vaccaro, Alderman Rhodey, and Alderwoman Davis. An ordinance prohibiting discrimination in employment and housing decisions, including with limitation, hiring, advancement, and compensation, and discrimination in housing practices based upon an individual's hairstyle, protective hair, or natural or cultural hair texture or style. That is the extent of second reading report of standing committees.
Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I move for suspension of the rules for the purpose of placing Board Bill 239 on the perfection calendar.
Second.
Moved by the Alderman from 22nd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 13th. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus,
Pass.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
Aye.
Alderman Bosley, Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Ingracia,
Aye.
Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Rice,
Aye.
Alderman Gunther,
Aye.
Alderman Ballmer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
Aye.
Alderwoman Grass,
Aye.
Alderwoman Murphy,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Green,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderman Rhodey,
Aye.
Alderman Todd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Muhammad, Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Vaccaro,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderman Cone, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Navarro,
Aye.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus,
Pass.
Alderman Bosley, Alderwoman Spencer,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad, I'm sorry, was that an aye? I didn't.
Yeah, Alderman Muhammad, you're really low. Alderman Muhammad, we aren't able to hear you. I heard him say aye, but it was really
I
low.
thought I did too. I'm sorry, was that an aye for Muhammad?
For right now, let's not count them.
Okay.
We'll come back.
Alderman Cone,
Aye.
Change Tyus' vote to an aye, please.
Alderwoman Tyus, you said aye.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley, and Alderman Muhammad, he put aye in the chat.
Aye.
Thank
There-
you.
There is.
28 aye votes.
Right. By vote, you stay in the motion, Alderman from the 22nd, suspend the rules for the purpose of placing Board Bill 239 on the regular perfection calendar. Madam Clerk, please place Board Bill 239 on the end of the regular perfection calendar from the second reading calendar.
So noted.
I will dispense with line item 14, perfection consent.
Board Bill 175, sponsored by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance approving a blighting study and a redevelopment plan for 2741 Locust Street redevelopment area. Board Bill 182, sponsored by Alderman Gunther, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated October 27th, 2020 for the 2800 South Jefferson Avenue area. Board Bill 205, sponsored by Alderman Bosley, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated October 22nd, 2019 for the 2025 Agnes Street area. Board Bill 220, sponsored by Alderwoman Hubbard, an ordinance approving a blighting study and a redevelopment plan for 2000 through 2020 North Broadway and 2001 North 2nd Street redevelopment area. Board Bill 227, sponsored by Alderwoman Hubbard, an ordinance approving a blighting study and a redevelopment plan for 1319 and 1321 Benton Street and 2500 North 14th Street redevelopment area. Board Bill 207, sponsored by Alderwoman Spencer, Alderwoman Ingracia, Alderwoman Green, Alderwoman Navarro, Alderwoman Middlebrook, Alderwoman Rice, Alderman Todd, Alderwoman Boyd, and Alderman Gunther. An ordinance relating to food preparation and handling, adopting chapters 1 to 7 of the National Food Code 2017 edition and further additions as part 1 of the St. Louis Food Code, adopting additional provisions pertaining to mobile food service, temporary food service, and compliance and enforcement as part 2 of the St. Louis Food Code, repealing ordinance 68597, repealing ordinance 71106 pertaining to temporary food permits approved April 18th, 2020, and adopting in lieu thereof a new St. Louis Food Code to be codified in revised code of the City of St. Louis, Chapter 1142, containing severability, effective date, and an emergency clauses. Board Bill 176, sponsored by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service to conditionally vacate above surface and subsurface rights for vehicle, equestrian, and pedestrian travel in Virginia from Shoto northwardly feet to a point, said point being vacated, Gratiot in the City of St. Louis, Missouri, as hereinafter described in accordance with Charter Authority and in conformity with Section 14 of Article 21 of the Charter and imposing certain conditions on such vacation. Board Bill 218, sponsored by Alderman Boyd, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service of the City of St. Louis, establishing multiple public works and improvement projects within the City of St. Louis. Board Bill 231, sponsored by Alderman Todd, an ordinance establishing a two-way stop site at the intersection of North Sarah and Westminster Place, regulating all traffic traveling northbound and southbound on North Sarah Street at the intersection of North Sarah Street and Westminster Place, and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 158, sponsored by Alderwoman Howard, Alderwoman Murphy, and Alderman Cone, an ordinance pertaining to special use districts, establishing a Bevo Mill area special use district, providing definitions and findings pertaining to said Bevo SUD, further providing use and conditional use regulations for said Bevo SUD, and containing an emergency clause and a severability clause. Board Bill 160, sponsored by Alderman Rhodey, Alderwoman Spencer, and Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance pertaining to the Oscar Waring House located at 1211 Tower Grove Avenue, having as subject matter the designation of the property as the City of St. Louis landmark, containing definitions, landmark standards, and a severability clause. Board Bill 174, sponsored by Alderman Bosley and Alderman Muhammad, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated November 17th, 2020 for the Penrose North Grand Kossuth Fair area. Board Bill 186, sponsored by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission on December 2nd, 2020, to change the zoning of property as indicated on district map from the C, multiple family dwelling district, to the G, local commercial and office district in City Block 2294, so as to include the described parcel of land in City Block 2294 and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill 187, sponsored by Alderman Rhodey. An ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission on December 2nd, 2020, to change the zoning of property as indicated on district map from the K unrestricted district to the H area commercial district in City Block 9097, so as to include the described parcels of land in City Block 09097 and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill 188, sponsored by Alderman Ryan and Alderwoman Spencer, an ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission on December 2nd, 2020, to change the zoning of property as indicated on the district map from A, single-family dwelling district, to C, multiple family dwelling district in City Block 4634.05, so as to include the described parcels of land in City Block 4634.05 and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill 189, sponsored by Alderman Rhodey, an ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission on December 2nd, 2020, to change the zoning of property as indicated on district map from the K unrestricted district to the H area commercial district in City Block 3918.03 and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill 191, sponsored by Alderwoman Hubbard, an ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission on December 2nd, 2020, to change the zoning of property as indicated on district map from K unrestricted district to H area commercial district in City Block 320, so as to include the described parcels of land in City Block 320 and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 192 as amended, sponsored by Alderman Coder, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 15th, 2020 for the 300 through 338 North 4th Street area. Board Bill 193 as amended, sponsored by Alderman Coder, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 15th, 2020 for the 1014 Spruce Street area. Board Bill 194, sponsored by Alderman Collins Muhammad, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 15th, 2020 for the 4100 through 4122 West Florissant Avenue and 4569 Alice Avenue. Board Bill 195, sponsored by Alderman Todd, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated November 17th, 2020 for the 5025 Delmar Boulevard area. Board Bill 204, sponsored by Alderwoman Spencer, an ordinance amending the redevelopment plan for the Arkansas Chippewa Marine Redevelopment Area. Board Bill 206 as amended, sponsored by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 15th, 2020 for the 1801 Washington Avenue. Board Bill 213, sponsored by Alderwoman Evans, an ordinance approving a blighting study and a redevelopment plan for North Newstead Avenue, Cottage Avenue, Whittier Street, Page Boulevard redevelopment area. Board Bill 214, committee sub, sponsored by Alderman Todd, President Reed, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderman Boyd, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderwoman Davis, and Alderman Coder. An ordinance designating a portion of the city of St. Louis, Missouri as a redevelopment area known as the Kingsway Commercial Redevelopment Area pursuant to the Real Property Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act, adopting and approving a redevelopment plan, adopting and approving a development project with respect thereto, adopting tax increment financing within the redevelopment area, making findings with respect thereto, establishing the Kingsway Commercial TIF Special Allocation Fund, authorizing certain actions by city officials and containing the severability clause. Board Bill 215, committee sub, sponsored by Alderman Todd, President Reed, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderman Boyd, Alderwoman Davis, and Alderman Coder. An ordinance authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement between the city of St. Louis, Missouri and Kingsway Development LLC, prescribing the form and detail of said agreement, authorizing other related actions in connection with such agreement and containing a severability clause. Board Bill 225, sponsored by Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Boyd, and Alderwoman Davis. An ordinance approving the blighting study and redevelopment plan for Riverview, West Florissant, Lillian, Alcott redevelopment area. Board Bill 235, as amended, sponsored by Alderman Bosley, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated November 17th, 2020 for the Natural Bridge, North Grand, St. Louis Avenue, and North Vanda area. Board Bill 232, sponsored by Alderwoman Tyus, an ordinance prohibiting the issuance of any package or drink liquor licenses for any currently unlicensed premises within the boundaries of the First Ward for a period of 3 years from the effective date thereof, containing an exception allowing during the moratorium period for the transfer of existing license and under certain circumstances, and containing an emergency clause. That is the extent of perfection consent.
Alderwoman from the first. Well,
Mr. President.
Hold on for a second, Alderwoman for the source. Madam Clerk, at the request of the sponsor, please place Board Bill 175 on the perfection and formal calendar.
So noted.
All right, Alderwoman from the first.
Mr. President, members of the board, last week I told you that the Rules Committee had said that we wanted to take all board bills that were development off of the consent calendar, which I am still willing to do. However, I heard from several of the members that had some rethinking on that issue. I don't want to back out my word of anything I told the Rules Committee I was going to do, but I don't think that we flushed this out enough, and I wanted to just make that known. So I'm not going to do it, not because I'm backing away from my word, but I want to make sure that we are doing the correct thing, and then I will do whatever they ask me to do. But at this point, I'm not going to ask. In fact, most of the bills on there are bills that are in areas that need redevelopment. So I am not going to request at this time, but I do want the committee to know I'm not breaking my word. I just want to make sure we're on the right page of what we're doing. And this was all about because of the school board issue and the tax abatements and TIFs that they brought up as respect to why they were closing schools all over the city. So I'm not going to do it this time. I just wanted to make that known that I wasn't breaking my word.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman from the 6th. Okay, you took your hand down. All right, excellent. Alderman from the, any further discussion? Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize on the motion for the perfection consent calendar.
Mr. President, members of the board, I move for approval of the perfection consent calendar.
Moved by Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? By vote, you stay in the motion, Alderman from the 22nd, and perfected the aforementioned bills. Board bills for perfection.
Board Bill 221, committee sub as amended, sponsored by Alderman Oldenburg, President Reed, and the following alderpersons: Clark Hubbard, Collins Muhammad, Vaccaro, Davis, Murphy, Green, Howard, Gunther, Valmer, Coder, Spencer, Narayan, Grass, Evans, Pam Boyd, Ingracia, Martin, Navarro, and Middlebrook. An ordinance to amend City of St. Louis revised so as to permit the Board of Trustees of the Firemen's Retirement System to simultaneously act as the Board of Trustees of the St. Louis Firefighters Retirement Plan, but not until such time as amendments to Missouri Revised Statutes 87.140, 87.145, 87.155, 87.260, and 87.350 have become law to permit the Board of Trustees of the Firemen's Retirement System to simultaneously act as the Board of Trustees of the City of the St. Louis Firefighters Retirement Plan and contain an effective date.
Alderman from the 16th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 221, committee substitute as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the board, I move to perfect Board Bill 221, committee substitute as amended.
Moved by the Alderman from the 16th. Entertain a second on that motion.
I'll second it.
Seconded by the Alderwoman from the 27th and the Alderman from the 23rd. Please proceed, Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Simply put, Board Bill 221 committee substitute as amended is a governance change that will allow efficiencies in both cost savings and efficiencies in decision making, as well as efficiencies in strategic investment outlook for the men and women of the St. Louis Fire Department. And what I mean by that is I don't want to relitigate the history. I think a lot of folks on this board and in City Hall are well aware that there was much needed pension reform that took place in 2012 and 2013, and those savings are sound. Those cost savings were involved in the benefit restructurings. What we're talking about today is not touching those benefits. We're still protecting those sound savings to the city that are projected out for a century in terms of the actuaries. What we're simply doing today is to say, let's give a morale boost to the firefighters. Let's save the city some money in the way of $500,000, and let's consolidate the administrative management of these two pension systems. So, Mr. President, if it's all right, I do have a PowerPoint that I'm hoping to share. This is what I presented in committee that I would like to pull up.
Alderman, we're not able to do like screen sharing
Okay.
of the full board because we haven't had a chance to look at it prior. But is it on the Google Drive for people? You can place it on the Google Drive.
It's not, but I can do
Okay.
that.
All right, but you can talk through the things that are on the slideshow.
Certainly. So effectively, we're creating an ordinance that amends various sections of St. Louis ordinances and revised codes so that the Board of Trustees of the Firefighter Retirement System to simultaneously act as the Board of Trustees for the Firefighter Retirement Plan. So just a quick history lesson for everyone. And there are folks down here who lived it and breathed it. So during discussion, they're happy to throw their 2 cents in. But following this on a time track, in February 2013, the firefighters' pension is governed by the FRS Board of Trustees. So let's call it the old system, or as folks like to call it, the frozen or closed system. Although I'm not sure that's an exact accurate terminology, because they're going to be administering benefits till 2100 on that fund. So to refer to it as if it's winding up tomorrow is probably an inaccurate statement. So in 2013, February 1st, that system was frozen and new firefighters joined what is FRP, and various ordinances were implemented to achieve that pension reform. Now, of course, there was various lawsuits. In June of 2013, the court ruled and allowed for a dual system. So FRS being the old system, frozen, and establishment of the new system, FRP. All benefits after February 1st, 2013 for those new firefighters would be received. And as we sit here today, FRS, the old system, is governed by a Board of Trustees, and FRP is governed by a Board of Trustees. All this does is to say, let's take the old Board of Trustees, the FRS Board of Trustees, and place them as the administrator and manager of both systems. And the virtue in doing that is that it does help with some portability. What I mean by that is, for example, EMS workers who want to become firefighters under this change, they'd be allowed then to move their benefits over. In the current system, that wouldn't take place. Now, that's not the only reason, but that's certainly a virtue associated with this change. But that's a very practical reason that impacts people's daily lives for sure. Also, this gives, in my opinion, not having lived the pension reform battles, this gives way to healing some of those old wounds, to say, we fought each other. The city still has protections around cost, which of course was the main driver at the time. But we do want to ensure that our firefighters have good morale. And I think one step for getting them good morale is to say that without a doubt, under FRS, they will lead the way in being prudent and responsible for firefighters' interests. And now that means financially prudent and responsible, you know. So the city maintains those cost-saving protections, and at the same time, we do alleviate some administrative costs. And I pulled the budgets, which I'm going to place in the Google Drive. I pulled the budgets for, they're on a September year end, and the FRP, they increased it. If you go to their website, the most recent minutes, I think, went up by like $90,000. Total operating costs for FRP, the new system, the city system, is about $890,000. Now, some of those costs will transfer. So the investment management fee, a little bit of the actuary costs, there will be a little bit of the auditor costs, at least in the first year, that transfer. But a majority of the savings comes around the personnel. There are dedicated city personnel that are administer this system. Those will be saved, and those costs will be saved. And quite frankly, the cost of the FRS system now is larger, of course, but it also has a heck of a lot more members, a heck of a lot more retirees, and we'll be writing checks, at least, and administering benefits till 2100. So, and it's a sophisticated administration that has over the years administered multiple funds and tiers of multiple funds since its origination in the 40s. Their costs will stay static. They will be able to maintain their exact operating infrastructure and take on a new system. So to me, that's a no-brainer in the way of saving the city what will be about $500,000 in personnel and other administrative costs associated with managing this program. I want to end here before we take questions by saying that folks will say, opponents to this might say, and they might be those opponents who lived the battle in 2012 and 2013 that I can't imagine was pleasant. Opponents to this may say, well, why would you not just have everyone under FRP, the new system? Why would you revert to FRS, the old system? My response to that is that FRS has almost twice as many firefighters and members. In addition, FRS has twice as many retirees as FRP system. And they've been around and consistently managing since the 1940s and have been consistently managing an 8% return to their firefighters. So I would say, and it's not winding up. As I mentioned earlier, that system goes into 2100. Now, I'm all for governing in a decade or 2 decades, but trying to project, trying to say that, well, that's a winding up system, trying to project 100 years from now and to say, well, then there's no reason for them to exist, I don't think is accurate or fair to firefighters, quite honestly. So, Mr. President, with that, I'll certainly entertain questions.
All right. Alderwoman from the first.
Mr. President, members of the board, if the alderman from the 16th would yield.
Alderman from the 16th will yield the questioning to the Alderwoman from the first.
I will.
Alderwoman from the first, please proceed.
I lost audio right when you said, why would you not stay with the new system? Can you repeat why it was not a good idea? Because I lost audio.
Sure, for a couple of reasons, Alderwoman. The old system has been administering great returns since the 1940s for their firefighters. It's sophisticated and professionally, delivers returns to its members. Also, it has more members. It has almost twice as many members as FRP and retirees. So the infrastructure exists with that board of trustees. FRP is a newer one and doesn't have as many members that it administers for. So I think the fact that FRS will be administering benefits till 2100 keeps a pretty sound infrastructure to take on and manage both plans.
Okay, and so I came right back. I came back here in 2013 after this big fight. I don't like when the city, I'm pulled on this issue because I don't like the city taking benefits from workers, okay? What you said there were some good things about FRP. What are they? What was the good thing that came out of that with the changes?
Sure.
What were the reforms?
Absolute cost savings, and I think the three biggest drivers of those savings under the new system were 9% member, 9% employee contribution as opposed to 8% on biweekly pay. Sick leave was taken care of and was done away with banking sick leave. And the other third driver, I'm blanking here for a second. I know it was the retirement age. So the firefighters now have to work until they're 55. They can't retire early.
Okay, and so do you know approximately how many people are in FRS versus FRP?
You give me 1 second, I can give you the breakdown very quickly. I'm just looking at the screen here. I'm not looking away, so hang on. I had that, and I apologize. I should have it right in front of me, but give me 1 second. Bear with me. I apologize. Hang on. Here we go.
Thank you.
Sorry. FRS has 1,381 members and 890 retirees, and I think around 300 widows. FRP has 728 members and 96 retirees. And I don't have the widow count on that. Sorry.
And FRP just went into effect in 2013. Is that when it went into effect?
February 1st, yes.
Okay. And I know there was a bloodbath down at the Board of Aldermen. And so then the new people were forced to go into FRP. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you had less than 20 years on, you were forced into the new system.
And if we go back to this FRS system, will that hurt the rest of the people who are have pensions with the city in any way that you know of?
Boy, my live reaction is I can't think of any. No, Alderman.
Okay. I mean, just I'm only asking.
Yeah, no.
Your opinion. Right. So this is about protecting the firefighters and also getting back some of the things that you already have. Is that what I understand that you had before?
I don't know about getting back anything that you are. Yeah, it's getting back to the governance board that originally would administer the benefits of all firefighters. So when the city set up the new plan, the city set up a city-dominated board. But this basically has the old board of trustees managing both the systems and doesn't tinker at all with benefits. This simply is just a governance change. Now, some will argue, Alderwoman, some will argue, well, this opens the door to the powerful local 73 coming back at this board for continuous changes and benefits. To that, I say, I don't think any of those would be well received, especially in the near term. But it's our duty and obligation as Board of Aldermen members to protect the budget in meaningful ways. And I think they would have to come back for an ordinance amendment if they wanted to change any of that.
Okay, so again, I come from a union family, so I don't have problems with workers getting benefits that they deserve. This is a real interesting one for me here. So tell me then why the comptroller and Paul Payne seem to have reservations about this going back to, or the changes.
Yeah. Well, Alderwoman, I don't want to speak for them, but in the discussions I have had with the budget director, my guess would be that this was sort of landmark pension reform change, and it has put the city on a more sustainable trajectory in terms of the FRP and the benefit structure of the new system FRP. That's the real cost saving here. My guess would be that there's hesitation that this does crack the door for a continuing lobbied effort to undo some of those benefit structures. And I think as legislatures, we can say no, and we have a reasonable discussions to that extent if those ever come back. But it would still absolutely require them to come back. And I also feel maybe, and again, this is
I ask for your opinion.
I know.
Right.
I also feel the people who were closest to this battle and this fight might be very protective of it, to say we did a really good thing here from a municipal government perspective, and anything that hints to undo that is an attack or an affront on our legacy reforms around pensions.
Okay, so it is your opinion that, is there anything that this board could do that would, that's set up, that's going back to the old board, that they could do without an ordinance that might be harmful to city benefits, or might be harmful to the city financially, that you can think of?
Nothing in the way of pension restructuring or an increase of benefits. There's no way they can do that. The answer is no to that.
Okay, so what they're looking at is they want govern of their own pension, is what it really comes down to. Is that what I understand? That they want to be able to they want to be in control of their own pension.
That's right. That's right. And it does make sense from the look of there will also be unfound savings with hiring the same actuaries, the same auditing firms, using the same legal services, right? The reasonable minds have to agree that there will be savings from those administrative costs. I don't think there'll be any savings in exactly the fund management, right? The money managers, but I do believe that there will be some unknown savings associated with that, for sure.
Okay, so you just brought up, what is it, local, what's their local, the firefighters, the mighty local 7, what is it? What's the number? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, 73.
Okay, so when I ask questions about, because we also have 2 unions, a black firefighters union, what was the stance of the black firefighters union? I was told, well, they'll probably be against it because we're for it. And so I don't understand, if this is a benefit for black firefighters too, why would they be against it? Is there something that would harm black firefighters?
My live reaction is no. I can't think of anything that would harm a black firefighter.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Alderman from the 16th.
You're welcome. You, Alderman.
Alderwoman from the 28th, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Alderman from the 16th yield for a couple of questions?
Alderman from the 16th will yield to the Alderman from the 28th.
I will, yes.
Alderman from the 28th, please proceed.
Great, thank you. And I want to say, thank you, Alderman, for, jumping into such a complicated issue. And I know I have signed on earlier when I first learned about this, and it seemed like there was a lot of good support to rectify this longstanding issue. But in the last week, at the hearing, we weren't able to hear testimony from the budget director or the city councilor's office. And in that time, we have learned a lot more, think about their positions on this. And one of the questions I have is that, in talking about how the FRS has done a better job of delivering, better results, which I presume is based on investment decisions and that sort of thing. Are those decisions by individual members, the individual trustees that have resulted in a perceived better success there? Or is there something structural about the FRS that positions it to be more successful in terms of providing benefits for the firefighters?
Okay, Alderwoman, I don't think I said that it provides a better return. I actually am unaware of the returns of FRP. I'm sure they're in the positive. I just said it shows professionalism and it shows sophistication for the old Board of Trustees to have delivered time and time again, on average, an 8% return to their members. So I was just trying to demonstrate that this isn't some rinky-dink board that can't manage two systems, that it's been around and has managed multiple tiered systems and has consistently delivered a return to its members. That was my point.
So and that's the reason though for placing the system placing both of these under FRS over FRP.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a reason not to do it. I mean, to try to attack the FRS system and its administration, that it can't handle two systems is the point there.
Okay, I don't know if that answers the question though. It seems like, and as somebody who wasn't there and in the past to understand how we got to where we are today, but just going back and looking at the court opinion, and it seems like the transition has been to move more into local control, and that we set up FRP with the idea of being that was going to be the long-term home for the future pension program. And so here we are going back, and I understand you're making an argument for here's a reason why. It doesn't seem like that's necessarily an argument for why we should place both of these under FRS. It seems like it's a reason for, it's a counter argument, but I guess I still don't have a clear answer on why we wouldn't be transitioning to FRP. I mean, you've said why FRS can handle it, but why couldn't these be consolidated under FRP, under the FRP board?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's camaraderie among firefighters to say that there are more members in the old system, and there will be members in the old systems receiving and benefits that need to be administered. So that they certainly have the capacity to do it, and I think that's an important driver in all of this. Is that why wouldn't the system that has the most robust membership administer both plans?
So I want to make sure I have the numbers right here. I thought that, so FRS has 281 current, is that right, firefighters, and FRP has 728. Can you go over those numbers again? Maybe I wrote those down wrong.
728 in FRP, yeah, and over 1,300 in FRS.
Okay. Thank you. I must have gotten a wrong number there. So one of the things that was pointed out in the budget director's memo were the administration costs. And I haven't been able to locate your slides. So I guess if you could speak to, how, I mean, we've got his numbers showing that because of the structure of the FRP, those administrative costs and maybe because those folks are hired under, through the civil service versus the administration of costs through FRS. So can you just speak a little bit to the discrepancy between those administrative costs, please?
Sure. I mean, I think the upshot here is that the FRS does have a larger operating budget because it has a larger fund to administer. And there are 4 employees in the old system, FRS, and that operational expense and that administrative expense effectively stays static. And the numbers the budget director is referring to in his memorandum will go away. Now, he's only putting $400,000 in there from the end of 2019. I pulled numbers of the 20 and 21 budget, which is higher. So I don't think it can be disputed of the $400,000 or so, 460 that's being showed there in the budget director's memo. Those are costs that will come off the city's budget. Those are personnel and administrative costs that will no longer be expenses or burdens to the city. And the cost on his right, showing that $1 million or so of FRS, that will remain a static operational cost for FRS. There won't be an increase of their expenses, marginally increase, especially around personnel. There won't be an increase of expenses. So it can absorb, the old system can absorb this without the $400,000 that the budget director is showing in his memo.
And is your chart with these numbers available?
Yeah, and I've been distracted here and I haven't had a chance to actually drop it in, but I will do so now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll wait for that to pull up and take a look. I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderwoman from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I chose to sponsor this bill after talking with leadership with the business manager and others, because we are not trying to relitigate the purpose that we had in 2012. This is not about benefits. This is not about changing anything as far as what those members will receive. It is only about management of 2 systems and merging the management with cost savings. And this is the firefighters bill. They are supporting, they asked for it, and they are okay. And when you look at the fact that you do have an entity that is very stable, that is very familiar to the management that needs to be done with pension funds and has done it successfully all these years, merging it will not change what was approved under the newer system. They still have to follow that. But I think this is only about administration of the 2 funds. It is not about benefits and how those benefits will be derived. And it is a firefighters bill because they asked for it, they helped craft it, and they are sponsoring as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm one of those people who is big on process. And of course, I was here when there was a struggle with wanting to have local control of firefighters' pension, and the city basically ended up with control of the firefighters' pension. But I think I was on public safety. I would have preferred to hear from the budget director, just so there's a balance, so that we're making sure that we are fair with the information that we are receiving. I'm a big proponent of firefighters, police, and all city employees. I don't think any group of city employees is any better than anyone else. And someone who has served in the military, everybody got the same pay. If you was the same rank, you got the same benefits. And so that's how I look at, treating all city employees. I would have liked to have heard from the budget director. I would have liked to have heard from Local 73. As it has been said, this is a bill that was put together by the firefighters. At the end of the day, if I put together a bill, it's going to serve my interests. And I just think out of all fairness that, you know, it would have been nice to hear two perspectives so that we can make sure that we're making the best decision. We're in politics. If you're going to push a bill, the best time to push a bill is around election time, because then you push people in a corner and you make people take sides and you make people make decisions that may not necessarily be the best decision at that time, but it's the best selfish decision that they can make because they're protecting themselves and they don't want to create enemies, because in politics, it's all about addition and not subtraction. So I'm going to vote present on the bill. I just want to make that known. And it's not because I'm against the bill. It's because I think we missed a step in the process. And this is not to take a slight at the sponsor, the chairman of public safety, who I consider a real good political friend of mine. It's just that, you know, I value the opinion of Paul Payne. I value the opinion of our comptroller, who I wish would come to more hearings and make things known rather than sending a memo, because I think it's more impactful when we actually hear from our elected leaders than just sending a memo. So I just want to make it clear that when I vote present on this bill, it's not because I'm necessarily taking sides. It's because I personally do not feel that I've gotten a balanced set of facts to make the best decision. Because I can easily say, well, you know, I'm 100% with firefighters, so whatever they give me, I'm just gonna vote for it, or whoever, but that's not who I am. You know, I think I'm more of a practical person. I like to think that people judge me based on the fact that I'm thoughtful. And so anyway, I just wanted to make that point. So thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Alderwoman from the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I inquire of the Alderman from the 16th, please?
Alderman from the 16th, will yield the question to the Alderman from the 11th.
Will.
Alderman
Thank
from the
you.
11th, please proceed.
Thank you. I just have one question. Was public testimony allowed in this hearing?
In the Public Safety Committee hearing?
Yes, sir.
Was not. In fact, I mean, I had the executive director, John Brewer, ready to testify as well from FRS, and Local 73's rep down here at the board, Demetrius Alford, and there was no testimony in committee. That's true.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, might I inquire of the Alderman from the 23rd, please?
Yes. Alderman from the 23rd, will you yield the question to the Alderman from the 11th? Alderman from the 23rd, will you yield the question?
Yes.
Alderman from the 11th, please proceed.
Thank you. Alderman, might I ask why public testimony wasn't allowed in this hearing?
Well, yes, you certainly can ask. As the chairman of the committee, I got a call the night before and was told during the meeting that people were lining up speakers. There's a process. Had someone emailed me or said, gee, I would like public testimony, that would have been fine. I got a call from the firefighters the night before. They wanted to talk. I said, no, I'm not going to get into that. It would be one-sided. That day at the meeting, I was told Paul Payne could talk. I wasn't going to tell one group no and then have it sprung on me that the second group, so I would have been denying, or, you know, again, there's a process.
Is it, I mean, because normally if we have a hearing, you know, we do the 24 hours notice by state law, and then, you know, people can just show up to the hearings. And if they show up 5 minutes before, so be it. Is it because STL TV can't add them on?
No, there's a process. I have to make a choice. That meeting as it was went until 4:30, just as it was. A meeting that started at 10 that went to 4:30. This would have been a whole nother issue. There's 22 co-sponsors on this bill.
So the night before, letting the
I told
public,
the firefighters no. They wanted to talk on it. I said no. I said I'm not.
okay, so
gonna
the
get into-"
firefighters were not allowed to give testimony in this hearing.
You know what? I would hope that the sponsor of the bill is able to answer all of the questions, which he was. He should be prepared to defend his own bill.
Was it noticed, if, let's just say, you know, a constituent of mine down the street wanted to testify in the hearing, was there a notice that they could sign up for the hearing?
They can always contact the clerk, and the sponsor of the bill always has the opportunity to say, I have speakers, or I.
But I mean, was it advertised that, you know,
No,
my constituent
wasn't.
could testify
So-
on this matter in the public safety hearing at the Board of Aldermen?
No, not that I'm aware of. No one asked me.
I know no one asked you, but it's just
Do you
me
think
giving
that the
access to the public or any interest on this matter.
public had
Like,
access?
was
to
there
the
an
whole
act, was it advertised with the notice of the hearing, how to request to, you know, come and testify? And I mean, was that a part of the
It's-
notice?
It's up to the chairman, which is me, to decide whether or not to have public testimony.
And you decided
Chairman
to
of the
not have public
committee-
testimony.
The chairman of the committee has that right. And in this case, with 22 co-sponsors and with everyone on this board and everyone in the public having access to being able to go onto the city website to read this, anyone could have called me and said, I want public testimony. They generally do. Generally, they put it all over
I think if you
Facebook.
ask some of my
I'm-
constituents,
I'm talking right now. If you're challenging me on this, I'm answering your question.
so
I've
you as
sat
a
in
chairman
committee
decided
hearings
not
that
to
have
allow
ended because-
public testimony, but they did call you and you still
Did
decided
not
not
call
to?
me. No, the only
You
ones
just
that
said they
called
called you
me,
the night before.
the firefighters called me to testify on this.
It's, yeah, I mean,
So that's not public testimony. I made a decision. So if you're asking me a simple question, I gave you the answer. 22 co-sponsors on a bill.
so is it the number of
are you letting
co-sponsors?
me
Is
answer
that
the
like your
question?
Mendoza line of whether or not you allow the public to engage in a public hearing?
No one from the public asked to engage.
But you also,
There's
it was not
22
advertised that they could engage
You know
either,
what?
right? Because
This
some
is not
hearings
gonna-
we have,
you
we
want
do
debate me on this,
advertise
let's
that it's
debate.
allowed.
I'll
You know,
tell you
here's
what,
the
let's take a
public
few
email
hours.
on the clerk.
Let's take a few
Hold on
hours
for
to
a second.
debate this.
Hold on for a second. Alderwoman and Alderman, don't talk over each other. Alderwoman, do you still have additional questions for the Alderman from the 23rd?
No, it's fine. We can move on. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, so
Alderman from the 23rd, she no longer has any further questions of you, but you will be, you have your hand raised, so you'll be allowed to speak shortly. Any further comments before we move on, Alderman from the 11th? The floor is
No,
still
thank you very much.
yours. Okay, all right, thank you. Alderman from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. I think public testimony is different than having someone, I mean, I have witnesses present at committee all the time. That could be somebody from the firefighters union. It could be our budget director, Paul Payne. It could be the comptroller. We regularly call these folks in at the last minute if we have an important question that needs to be answered. I guess I am a co-sponsor on this. I thought it was a bit of a no-brainer. I wish that Mr. Payne would have been able to testify. I wish we would have been able to hear from the firefighters. I also, I guess I wish that these offices, if the comptroller and the budget director are concerned about something, that they themselves or their staff are following legislation and being able to provide us with meaningful feedback. I feel like I would like to be able to vote on this, but I still have a lot of questions. And I'm hoping there's a possibility that we can hold this while we get those questions answered, and that we don't rush to push it forward today. And that's all I have. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 23rd.
So, first off, everyone had access on this committee to Paul Payne and could have called him at any time. As far as rushing through meetings, I can remember the 6th Ward Alderwoman, when John Collins Muhammad wanted to ask a question, she abruptly ended a meeting so he couldn't ask. I can remember the 11th Ward woman that she's a lobbyist, and there were conflicts when we were talking about the body cameras. So, I mean, we can all sit here and point out anything we don't like about
We never
each other.
discussed that.
We are,
Alderman from the 11th, you can't, you know the rules. You can't do that.
you know, we shouldn't have paid lobbyists on the Board of Aldermen. So this whole thing about people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Point of order.
Alderman from
I
the
get it. I'm off the
hold on a
subject.
second. Alderman from
I
20
get it. I'm off subject.
no, hold on for a second, Alderman from the 23rd. Alderman from 24th, please state your point of order.
I just think that we're pretty far away from the actual substance of the bill. That's all I have.
I think Alderman from the 23rd was discussing why he made the decision he made in committee, which was brought up by the Alderman from the 11th and the Alderman from the 6th, as to why they plan not to vote for the bill. So it's in order in this case because it was brought up, and he's just answering the question because he was the the points were brought up by him. Alderman from 23rd, please continue.
So anyway, these things are being brought up to embarrass me, which is fine. But not every chairman of every committee has had public hearings. We were on the close the workhouse thing. People were asking me, why aren't you having more public testimony than after we had 3 meetings with public testimony? As a chairman of a committee, you have to look at everything. You have to look into everything. When you got 22 co-sponsors of a bill and you deny one group, which would have had every firefighter calling in, and you can't sit there and say, well, I told one group they can't or cannot talk. Every alderman on this board has a responsibility to read a board bill and make a decision. This whole part about trying to pick me apart on Facebook, that's not, but we can, well, you can laugh, the Alderman from the 11th Ward, but we have to make a decision. The chairman of committees have to make a decision. And I can tell you that very few board bills actually have public testimony. This whole thing about every board bill known to man now is going to have public testimony. Put it in our rules. Do a rule change. Every alderman on this committee, on this board, has that opportunity. Make a rule that every committee has to be open to public testimony. We can do that. But as the chairman, the questions that were being pointed at me were just meant to try to embarrass me. With 22 co-sponsors of the bill, I would hope that the alder people on this board read the board bill and made a decent decision. Every person on this board has access to Paul Payne, the comptroller, and everyone else. Every member of this board could have made these calls. Not one member of this board, asked me to have public testimony. Not one. So when you busy criticizing me, ask yourself or tell me where and when you asked me to have public testimony on this bill. Not one alderman asked. I will end it at that. everybody do what they want to do. I read the board bill. I asked the questions that I needed to ask. As the chairman of a committee, I made a decision, which every chairman in this committee does. Yesterday, the alderwoman of the first ward made a decision. She is the chair of that committee. Not every committee has public testimony unless we change our rules. And maybe we should. Let's change the rules. I think there's a lot of rules that should be changed. But as the chairman of the committee, you have the right to do what you feel is appropriate, whether other people on the committee agree or disagree. So anyway, I'll end it at that.
All right, thank you, Alderman from the 23rd. The Alderwoman from the 1st had your hand up and may have, I don't know if you took it down or if it went down. Alderman
I
from-
did take it down. Mr. President, members of the board, I took it down. I do just want to say this. I am also going to be voting present. I did read the bill, but I do have some further questions. And so I am going to talk to Paul Payne, the city councilor, and the comptroller, because I do want to hear further what they have to say. I lean towards supporting the bill, but I still just have a few more questions. I find myself agreeing with the alderman from the 22nd ward about having the comptroller and the mayor are two people that actually can speak on our floor at the board. And so anytime any of them would want to speak, I would like to hear that. The alderman from the 23rd is absolutely right. All of us could have reached out not only to him, but to the people listed. But I did not know that there was a problem from the comptroller or Paul Payne until I read it this morning. So sometimes you just don't know because you're so busy handling your committee and the things, and we have a lot of things in rule. I didn't know, and I want to hear from her. The alderman from the 16th was right not to really speculate. I asked for his opinion, but I need to hear it from the comptroller's mouth, budget director, and the city councilors, what their opinions are. So I will also be voting present.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Alderman from the 25th. Alderman from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate
Yes.
the recognition. I hope everyone can hear me.
We can.
I'm not used to doing this from my laptop here. So, you know, I was one of the fortunate colleagues to have experienced the conversations and dialogue and debate ad nauseum when this came before the board, you know, almost 8 years ago now, or longer. You know, I do have reservations around this. You know, one, I mean, certainly the process. This was just introduced 2 weeks ago. Had a committee hearing. You know, folks weren't allowed to, you know, testify or present, you know, either side. And I'm not saying that that's a slight to the alderman from the 23rd ward. I think it's also kind of a matter of timing, because this was just introduced 2 weeks ago. And yes, some people are just, you know, finding out about it in the last week since it passed out of committee without, you know, testimony from either side. So I do think that that's a concern, especially when talking about something that does have the potential to have a significant impact. And I think it's important for us to recognize that in this particular forum. Part of the reason that we had these conversations back in 2013 was because we were just coming out of the Great Recession at that point in time. We had significant losses in the financial markets that drove down the investment portfolios of our pension plans across the board. And when those go through their regular, you know, assessment, evaluation to determine future liability and funding requirements, the city was on the line for significant amounts of money. We're talking millions and millions of dollars to fund liabilities in our pension systems. And significantly within FRS, many of you may not be aware, but we are court mandated to fund FRS at a certain percentage level that we are not responsible for funding our other pension systems at. That creates a huge liability for the city in terms of financing any potential deficit. So when the sponsor of this bill, the alderman from the 16th, talks about annual rate of return of 8%, well, I'm not sure that he's actually factoring in when we actually do experience market losses, and the city is responsible for funding those losses to ensure that they remain solvent and that they have what court mandated adequately funded pension system. It became a huge liability for us. That being the case, his rationale as well, from the perspective that FRS has been managing this for, since 1944, they're better equipped to do so because they have been managing things for so long, and they have more members. Well, those members are in that system for life. It's required underneath ERISA, which is a federal law, which is why we have two systems. Instead of just changing FRS, we had to create a new system to continue benefits because FRS was unwilling to work with the administration at that time on adjustments to benefits. And it was also, a local control issue at that point as well. And then with FRP, as our colleague from the first ward pointed out, with her questions, it started in 2013. There's already, over 700 members, which is half the members in FRS. That will only continue to grow because literally every single firefighter that joins our force will enter into that system. And so as we have turnover, as we have new hires, as our fire department continues to exist, FRS will continue to have more members. So FRP will continue to have more members. So as the population in FRS declines from people, sadly passing away, which would expire their pension benefits, and their widows, passing away, which would expire pension benefits, that number that the alderman from the 16th ward shared is going to continue to decline. Yes, it will be funded probably for the next 100 years, but at that point we'll have 1 or 2 or maybe 10 members that are in that system in 100 years, whereas FRS will have everyone else at that point in time, and FRP will have everyone else at that point in time, and we're saying let's give control over future administration to FRS when FRS population it may be more right now, but it will continue to decline because there's no new members being added to that plan any longer. So while we're giving control to the old plan, the new plan and their members are not going to have the same type of representation, and their membership is going to continue to incline. So I think that his argument there is counterintuitive, it's counterproductive. And further, some of the numbers that were being thrown around seem pretty counterintuitive given the reality. And not to slight any of our colleagues, but we do have a colleague currently on the board who used to be the executive director of FRS. And, when she retired, I believe it was about 5 years ago, received nearly $600,000 in a cash out when she retired. And in addition to that, is currently receiving around $4,500 in pension every month. $4,500 every month. She's listed as a co-sponsor of this bill and received, it was somewhere around the neighborhood of $550,000, $575,000 in a bonus when she retired from the FRS system. She was not an employee of the fire department. She was an employee of the pension plan. The pension plan. To go on in that vein, her daughter-in-law is currently an employee of FRS, the system that we now want to try and charge with administration of these benefits.
Point of order.
And
Who called, Alderman from the 16th, please state your point of order.
The board bill has a parameter of facts and circumstances here. If it's the intention of the 25th Ward Alderman to smear and over sensationalize the stories that have been in the Post-Dispatch 8 or 9 years ago, I don't feel that's a relevant point to Board Bill 221.
All right, thank you, Alderman.
The alderman from the 16th ward was the one that brought up the administrative expenses associated with cost savings associated with this board bill, which is what I'm addressing currently.
Alderman,
and this is an article.
Alderman from the 25th, just keep your comments pertinent to the board bill that's in front of us and any other related issues related to its adoption and the things that are in the board bill. Please proceed, Alderman from 25th.
The alderman from the 16th ward was the one that brought up the administrative cost savings that are associated with this potential change. My comments are germane to those administrative costs. The pension board and the employees of the pension system are overhead costs that are associated with administering the funds of the pension system. A $500,000 payout for an executive director of the pension system is directly related to the overhead costs associated with that. Further, the benefits that were paid out just last year, $17,000, a bonus that was paid out to an employee of the pension system, FRS, which is the system that we're discussing giving administrative authority to, $17,000 bonus. Most of our city employees, their base pay starts around $40,000. They got a bonus that was almost half of what our city employees receive on an annual basis. Now, my colleague from the 16th ward might think that that's fiscally responsible. I personally take exception to that. I do think that this is worthy of discussion, and I think that we should have a discussion in committee, and I would like to have this referred back to committee for further discussion.
All right. Anything further, Alderman, for you?
Not at this time.
Okay, Alderman from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. I just want to say, you know, as chairman of a committee, we have discretion on how we govern, and that's a prerogative of a chair, period. We can not like how the chair governs, or we could be in love with how the chair governs. But at the end of the day, it's that chairman who gets to govern how he or she feels fit. That's one of the benefits of being a senior alderman. We don't always have to agree with it. But what we do have at the Board of Aldermen is checks and balances. We get an opportunity every Friday to debate and to offer different opinions or different facts based on board bills. But it gets better than that, because thanks to the alderman from the 1st ward, I had an epiphany. Did you know, or did you realize that every member on the board of E&A has a seat on the floor of the Board of Aldermen? We don't think about that. But the comptroller has a seat on the Board of Aldermen and could be here right now testifying. The mayor has a seat on the Board of Aldermen and could be here right now testifying. The president has a seat on the Board of Aldermen and presides over these hearings. So we have checks and balances. And I want to go back to the fact that where's our comptroller? If the comptroller was here today, who have publicly disagreed with this, we could have some educational experiences with our comptroller so that maybe we gain some facts that we did not know that existed. So I want to say that in a way that I don't want to disparage the chairman of the Public Safety Committee. I don't think that's fair. I think it's fair to give our opinion, but I don't want to be disparaging. I don't want, to make a colleague feel like they did something wrong, quote unquote. But certainly we all, as members of this board, have an opportunity to provide checks and balances. And the most powerful people in city government is 3 people on the board of ENA: the mayor, the president, and the comptroller. And the mayor and the comptroller is always welcome, as far as I know, to be present at any board meeting. So I just want to remind people of that as we continue to have this debate. I would certainly hope that maybe we can put it on their formal calendar and the comptroller. And if the mayor wants to weigh in, that maybe next Friday they can come and offer their opinions. Since sending it back to committee would be basically killing the bill because it would never make it back out to the floor in time to be passed. That wouldn't be a good option. You could roll the dice and try to pass the bill, and then if it fails, it's a done deal. So there are options, and I just wanted to present those options to the full body. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman from the 8th.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Please state your point of order.
Maybe I wasn't clear, but I thought I made a motion to send this back to committee.
You never made a motion. You never made an official motion. When you're recognized the next time and you have the floor, you will have an opportunity to make an official motion.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Alderman from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Alderman from the 16th yield for a question, please?
Alderman from the 16th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 8th.
I will.
Thank you, Alderman. One of the things that I'm trying to rectify here, now that we have your slides and we have the memo from Paul Payne, which I don't know, I'm not sure if all members of our board have the memo from Paul Payne. I acquired it not from the Board of Aldermen or a committee, so that might be helpful to also circulate. But the one bit that I am trying to reconcile here. So on your page 5, the chart that you have, it has FRP, FRS, and then savings listed.
Yep.
On Paul Payne's page 2, so his key issues with Board Bill 21, he also has a chart that speaks specifically to the staffing cost. So since we're not talking about benefits, we're purely talking about staffing and potential savings. Yours says that FRP has personnel costs of $228,570. His says that FRP has $200,565, which might be a difference in the year there. But then you have personnel costs blank under FRS, and he has $456,953 under salaries and benefits for FRS.
Yep, that's a good question. That question was raised in committee. My chart there is simply showing that there won't be any personnel costs to FRS. They already have their own personnel costs. So it's really arriving at the savings. I'm not disputing that there are 460 some odd thousand in administrative personnel costs associated with FRS. My point is that 228,000 doesn't shift over to FRS. So I was trying to simply show a savings there, Alderwoman.
Okay, that makes sense. But so then under your bill, the disability board would remain separate. So I would assume that there would be some sort of administrative overhead to maintaining a separate board for disability benefits, correct?
I would think it would be de minimis, yes, but that was an issue that was carved out in the board bill, that there would be a city-controlled disability board, which would be the usual suspect of members there, the comptroller, mayoral appointments, and a minority trustees, firefighters.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Alderman, for answering questions. I had originally also signed up to be a co-sponsor. I'm not sure how that didn't make it onto the board bill, but I also have been digging in over the last few days, pulled back to presentations made in 2012, what the savings were then. I have spoken to fire. I have spoken to Demetrius Alfred with Local 73, and and others who've been around on this. And I still have so many questions about what this is actually going to do, how this is going to change the governance as it goes back to state statute. Demetrius Alfred assured me this morning that this would be sort of a sub-tier under the FRS, and so we wouldn't have to go back to the state for any changes. This is so big and so hairy that I really support trying to get some more clear testimony. I want to hear from our firefighters. I want to hear from the budget director. I want to hear from folks who had moved this forward before, because these are some of our most at-risk first responders in the city of St. Louis. I know they've suffered from COVID. I know a number of them, will suffer from cancer throughout their lifetimes because of the conditions that they encounter here. We should be taking care of them. That I will not dispute that. We should be taking care of our firefighters as they move forward. I just have significant questions about this and what changes this this would pull back. So, Mr. President, if I could inquire of the Alderman from the 25th.
Alderman from the 25th, will you yield the question to the Alderwoman from the 8th?
No, I'm kidding.
Alderwoman from the 8th, please proceed.
Thank you. Alderman from the 25th, I just wanted to open it up. I believe you had something you wanted to say. Or I guess, would you like to?
You have the mind of a clairvoyant then. I would like to make a motion to refer this back to committee.
Well, you can't, it doesn't work.
I can't do that while I'm being asked a question.
You don't have the floor.
Right.
But you will have the floor.
Alderwoman, I would welcome you making the motion to refer this back to committee.
Okay, I thank you. I apologize. That's my my legislative misunderstanding here, but I will go ahead and make a motion to send this back to the Public Safety Committee for further debate.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th that we send Board Bill 221 committee substitute as amended back to committee. I'll entertain a second on that motion.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 15th that we send our Board Bill 221 committee substitute back to committee. Just as a note, the Alderman from the 25th, during your earlier testimony, you said, I would like to move this back to committee. That's not an official motion. That's a statement of a position if this thing actually was going to go for a vote to send it back to committee. So what you would have to have said was, I move to send X back to committee. I know you know that, but it was probably just a slip up on your side. It's been moved and seconded that we refer Board Bill 221 committee substitute as amended back to committee. Any further discussion? Alderman from the 23rd.
I'm sorry. Well,
do you have any discussion on the reference to committee?
No, just that if it does go back to committee, if everyone would follow procedure and if everyone would put a request in for public testimony, then we'll do that. And I always have in the past. So if it goes back to committee, I still feel that everybody has had access to everything. They got everything from Paul Payne. I think they can make an up or down vote. But if it goes back to committee, then quit criticizing, do your job and let me know, or show up to the committee. I will say that the two people that were picking on me the most didn't even show up at the committee, but you can. So anyway, I'm just just a statement, if it does go back to committee, which I don't know why, but if it goes back to committee, you want public testimony, let's have every firefighter and every person, let's start it at 8 o'clock in the morning as soon as possible. And let's plan on putting a time limit of midnight on it. Because I assume we'll have that many firefighters and EMS workers. And, we'll get a whole one-sided group calling in. So anyway, if it goes back, somebody needs to follow the rules and request things. And requests come simply in writing. So you can also have proof that you requested something. And you can also show up in the committee hearings. That's all I have to say.
All right, Alderman from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, co-sponsors of this, and those who have secured and projected an affirmative vote on this. I would ask that we vote no to send this back to committee. It's Aldermen at our last meetings made the statements that they're not fans of sending bills back to committees, and here we are making a motion to do just that. There's been 3 weeks for the budget director, the comptroller, the mayor to weigh in on this. I think the alderman from the 22nd makes pointed arguments around that there could have been testimony today to answer various questions. I would argue that the budget director, and I have a profound amount of respect for him, did weigh in. He put together a technical memo. I feel like I've appropriately responded to that memo, as well as various folks who are co-sponsoring this bill. There's been ample time to weigh in. I actually spoke to the budget director upon the first, prior to even introducing this in the first reading, and he aired his concerns. I don't think there'd be anything, if you're the protector of the budget and you see that there might be a crack in the door for future aldermen to undo cost savings around this pension reform, you will have a strenuous objection. I don't want to take that away from the budget director. I understand his position. The landscape here is, though, that this will be an administrative cost savings, and it will ensure a morale boost in the fire department that I think is desperately needed. So I will be voting no to send this back to committee, and I urge the co-sponsors and the folks who have been in the affirmative here to proceed the same.
All right, Alderwoman from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say on the record, I can't remember which one of my colleagues mentioned that putting this back in committee would kill the bill, and I don't think that's the case. We already know, based on our COVID-19 special committee, that we're going to have at least one extra meeting and maybe more due to the way that the funding is coming through the federal government. And so I don't think putting this back in committee for a bit more conversation, even as a co-sponsor, is something that we need to be worried about. And to others' points, I was not aware until last night that there was objection from Paul Payne or Darlene Green on this. And quite frankly, I did my best to do my homework, but wasn't able to get all the answers I need. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderwoman from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I also just wanted to say on the record that I am a co-sponsor. I am inclined to support this. I do think that whenever we can empower workers more over decisions that impact them is the correct course of action. I do have concerns about the late night communications from the budget director and the comptroller over this, and we will have to have a special meeting in order to get that COVID bill passed. So if we can get this back to committee really quickly next week, answer some of these questions or calls from concern from the comptroller and the budget director, get it back to us and get it passed before we go on recess. I think that's a way to make sure that we have a bill that we really do have consensus around, because I think that all of us at the end of the day want to see what's in the best interest of our firefighters, and also want to make sure that we're not missing something given some of these communications that we received late last night. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th and seconded by the Alderwoman from the 15th that we refer Board Bill 221 Committee Substitute back as amended back to committee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley.
No.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderwoman Hubbard.
No.
Alderwoman Ingracia.
Aye.
Alderman Coder.
No.
Alderwoman Rice.
Aye.
Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer.
No.
Alderwoman Martin.
No.
Alderwoman Grass. Alderwoman Murphy.
No.
Alderwoman Howard.
No.
Alderwoman Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
No.
Alderman Rhodey.
Aye.
Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Vaccaro.
No.
Alderman Narayan.
No.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderwoman Navarro.
Aye.
President Reed.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Middlebrook.
No.
Alderwoman Evans.
No.
Alderman Gunther.
No.
Alderwoman Grass. Alderman Todd.
Present.
Alderwoman Davis.
No.
Alderwoman Spencer.
No.
Alderman Muhammad. Eight aye votes. 18 no votes.
Okay.
And 1 voting present.
Thank you.
By your vote, you failed to sustain the motion of the Alderwoman from the 8th. So what is now before us is the perfection of Board Bill 221 Committee Substitute as amended. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 16th, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 16th, seconded by the Alderman from the 27th and the 23rd that we perfect Board Bill 221 Committee Substitute as amended. Madam Clerk,
Previous roll.
it's been a request for previous roll.
Objection.
Objection.
It's been an objection to previous roll. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Present.
Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Alderwoman Ingracia,
Aye.
Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Rice,
Present.
Alderman Gunther,
Aye.
Alderman Valmer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
Aye.
Alderwoman Grass,
Yes.
There, you can't have yes, it's aye.
I'm sorry. Aye.
Okay.
Alderwoman Murphy,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Green,
Aye.
Alderman Odenberg,
Aye.
Alderman Rhodey,
Present.
Alderman Todd, Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Boyd,
Present.
Alderman Vaccaro,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderman Cone,
No.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Navarro,
No.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderman Todd, (22) aye votes,
Present. This is Todd, present.
22 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 5 present.
By a vote, you sustained the motion of Alderman from the 16th and perfected Board Bill 221 Committee Substitute as amended.
Board Bill 200, sponsored by Alderman Odenberg, Alderman Muhammad, Alderwoman Howard, and Alderwoman Boyd. An ordinance approving the contract between the City of St. Louis and Persistent Surveillance Systems doing business as Community Support Program and directing the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department and other city officials to enter into a contract and any related agreements and contain an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 16th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 200.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the board, I move to perfect Board Bill 200 floor substitute.
No, first we have to perfect Board Bill 200, get that in front of us. Then we introduce the floor substitute and then perfect the floor substitute. So you want to make a motion for the perfection?
I move to perfect Board Bill 200, Mr. President.
Been moved by the Alderman from the 16th. Entertain a second on that motion.
Second.
Seconded by the Alderman from the 21st. Alderman from the 16th, you recognize. I understand you have a floor substitute.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I move to perfect Board Bill 200 floor substitute.
No, to introduce floor substitute for Board Bill 200.
Thank you for that. Apologize for my
that's all
right.
That's all right.
Stumbling. I'd like to introduce Board Bill
200 floor substitute. It's been moved by the Alderman from the 16th that we introduce floor substitute for Board Bill 200. I'll entertain a second on that motion.
Second.
Seconded by the Alderman from the 21st. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now what's before us is the Board Bill 200 floor substitute. Would you like to make a motion for the perfection of Board Bill 200 floor substitute?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I move to perfect Board Bill 200 floor substitute.
Moved by the Alderman
Second.
from the 16th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 14th. Any discussion? Please proceed, Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. I will certainly get to the changes associated with the floor substitute that I believe should be in everyone's drive. But I'm going to begin and end the same way today as it relates to Board Bill 200. 262 murders last year in our city. 262. The worst year of violent crime that our city has seen in 50 years. 71% of those 262 remain unsolved. In 2019, our city suffered 194 murders. 90% of those unsolved. That's a 10% clearance rate in 2019, a 31% clearance rate on the 262 in 2020. Our city is in crisis mode. 20 of those 262 murders were children. Children. 131 children were shot last year. Now they didn't die, but those scars are forever. And as a father of 4 children, all under the age of 7, I cannot imagine. I can't simply conjure the imagery of something like that happening. I think we must, though. We must push ourselves beyond sympathy or just hollowed empathy. You know, as was stated in the Wednesday inaugural address by President Joe Biden, he was invoking his mother, and I'm sure a lot of you saw it, and he said, my mom always used to say to me, for just a moment, put yourself in someone else's shoes. For just a moment. I did it. And I would want 2 things. I would want justice, and I would want for it to never happen to another family. I mean, is our city one big crime scene? I don't know. As elected officials, we cannot accept a 31% clearance rate. We cannot accept a 10% clearance rate in the last 2 years on homicides. Clearly, the police don't have enough information to work from, enough tools to work from. Board Bill 200 gets them some help. It gets them the opportunity for us to study also if it gets them some help. Now I'm going to talk about what Board Bill 200 does, or certainly what it hopes to do. It's about solving murders. That's what it hopes to do. It is about entreating the police department to a contract with aerial surveillance technology from a company which is going to offer a free scope of services. And this gives us an opportunity to increase those depressing homicide closure rates. This board, we are democratically elected leaders of this city. We owe it to the victims, past, present, and future, to proceed with this free trial program that brings the opportunity to enhance our already 800 plus ground camera system and increases us the opportunity to solve murders. I certainly look forward to discussion today around Board Bill 200. Now, during our discussion today, we're going to hear from a lot of colleagues and opponents. We're going to hear from a lot of folks who aren't adjacent to violent crimes. You know, there's a clever phrase that is being used in some of the mayoral candidates forums that says, you know, those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. I think we're going to hear today from people who aren't as close to the problem, but certainly have the best solutions. I also feel that the opponents today of Board Bill 200 are going to attempt to beguile us with clever sound bites and arguments that have been presented on social media and even in the press. But those aren't practical arguments. Rather, they're distractions. Distractions from having the courage to answer two simple questions. Two simple questions. Do you want to implement SLMPD with a safe, protected, no-cost technology that has the opportunity to increase our homicide closure rates in this city? And if not, what's the concrete plan you propose to increase our homicide closure rates? I don't know if those two questions will get answered today, but I'd like everyone to ponder them. I think instead we'll likely hear distractive phrases and hypothetical excuses and potential gotchas. You know, the opposition's on the run when they're left to just attacking and creating lies on social media about the sponsor and the vendor. This isn't an internet game. This is real. We're going to hear that this technology, as it's pejoratively described, is a spy plane, right? This, of course, is good marketing. It's a great consultant-tested soundbite. But I think the everyday citizen sees right past that. We're also going to hear today that this program doesn't work. We don't have the data that's completed from the RAND Corporation yet. Well, it may not work in St. Louis, but I think we owe it to our citizens to give it a study for 18 months, which is going to be one of the floor substitute changes from 3 years to an 18-month contract, and collect our own data and see. We may even hear today that this is a violation of the Fourth Amendment, and there's grave privacy concerns associated with this technology. Twice it's been upheld in federal court, and the ACLU was denied their injunction on the grounds that it does not violate civil liberties. We'll probably hear a little something around Resolution 24, and that the sponsor, the alderman from the 16th, isn't following through on the commitments associated with that. I think the response to that is clear. I read the policing project from NYU School of Law that said this needs to be deliberated in the city councils and the board of aldermen across the land if cities are accepting this. That's where it should start. We're starting here and we're accepting feedback. That's how you get the community to discuss this. Moreover, Resolution 24 urged what would be a small RFP or closed loop city officials to negotiate and talk about the deliberation of this contract. Keeping it at the Board of Aldermen keeps it in the open forum. Might even hear something about how the data is not protected or that there's some sort of special arrangement with Russia. I hope we don't hear that argument. This is a sophisticated vendor that knows how to protect data, more so than credit card companies, Amazon, Facebook, anybody else. Not only that, the contract dictates we are open to auditors, cybersecurity, data protection firms. They can come in and make sure all proper protocols and things are being adhered to in the contract. There's a manipulation of facts surrounding Dr. Ross McNutt and his company. And there is a clear manufacturing of lies that are being portrayed on this, that the sponsor of Board Bill 200 is somehow deceptively maneuvering with the intent to ultimately have the city foot this bill. From day one, I said, this is a free, only going to be pursued if it is going to be a free scope of services to the city. I don't care if the Arnold Foundation doesn't want to fund it or they want public support, then the contractor or vendor will find a new funder. And quite honestly, it's good government to set up an apparatus that's ready to help St. Louis Police Department solve crime and then just wait the funding. We do this when we pass redevelopment agreements. We do this when we are planning for speed humps or any other type of a traffic study. We don't have the money for those recommendations, but we go forward with it and say, this is what we want in substantial form. And when the funding comes in, you execute on it. We're probably going to hear something around, this is a tool of war developed in military times. How absurd it would be to use it on citizens domestically. Well, now all of a sudden the contractor or the vendor has to apologize for saving lives, veterans' lives in foreign soil. Yeah, the source of this technology was originated so it could identify where IED and roadside bombs were placed. I'm sure as heck not going to apologize for that, and I don't think the vendor does either. The Department of Defense invented the internet. Maybe Al Gore did, some will contend. We utilize that as every day in our practical lives. Now, we'll probably hear things around we need to attack root causes of crime, and instead of spying on our citizens. I couldn't agree more. Let's find an appropriate resource, a way to appropriately resource and give attention to things like urban poverty, health equity, other outcomes around inequality in general, neighborhood prosperity. Let's do it. I think we can do it together. But I think first we have to stop the bleeding. I'm going to pose a question. It's hypothetical. I would say, do you think crime has an impact on real estate values and potential economic prosperity in a community? I'm going to answer it. May have been a rhetorical question, but it does. When crime is so high in a neighborhood, real estate values are so low. I don't think any reasonable person would disagree with me. So, when you bring crime down in a neighborhood, logic would tell you real estate values and economic prosperity has the opportunity to rise. How do you underwrite concentrated urban violence when it comes to real estate values? People don't even start. I would argue that solving murders is an anti-poverty agenda. The surest way to economic prosperity is peace in the streets. Catching murderers, curbing violence is anti-poverty. Well, let's shift resources to education. Yeah, I give $1 billion if I could to education to all education in the city of St. Louis tomorrow. You know what though? Teachers can't teach, kids can't learn when they're surrounded by violence. Let's address that first. Then let's find a way to give the $1 billion to the school systems into early childhood education programs. I also think our discussion today just needs some context, right? I think a vote in the affirmative makes a clear statement. If you do murder in the city of St. Louis, we want you caught and we want you off the streets. Mr. President, I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. Alderwoman from the 8th, you had your hand up. I don't know if it went down or if you were still. Alderwoman from the 8th, Alderwoman from the 6th, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alderman of the 16th, would you yield for questions?
Alderman from the 16th, will yield a question to the Alderwoman from the 6th.
Will.
All right, Alderwoman from the 6th, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Alderman, for taking some time with me on this. I think we both agree, and all of us can agree down here, that the violent crime problem is absolutely out of control. And I think that many of us, including me, would be inclined to support the piloting of a project like this under some different parameters. And so some of the questions I was hoping you might help me walk through is you had indicated when I had asked questions before about the procurement process that you believed that under chapter 3.97, the Board of Aldermen had the ability to move forward with an agreement of this sort. Can you kind of help me understand your reasoning there? Yeah,
the reasoning is the same in the sense that this is a no-cost contract. It's under $5,000. It's my belief is that it's well within the Board of Aldermen's purview to dictate or entreat such of a contract because there's no cost associated with it.
Okay, I'm hoping maybe you read a little bit further in the code and went to chapter 3, section 98.010, which articulates how public services contracts are to be entered. Are you aware of who has the authority to enter into those contracts and how that process works?
I am aware of that, and I guess my answer is I'm pushing the envelope on that. Let's send a message here. I mean, there's been plenty of discussion around charter violations and procurement in the past associated with the Board of Aldermen and its passing board bills and ordinances. I'm drawing from some great poetry that I've also heard in the mayoral format that says the city charter is racist and that the city charter is antiquated and it doesn't work for all its citizens. So heck, let's push the envelope and the courts can decide if this is an illegal ordinance because we didn't properly go through the procurement process.
So your preference is then, instead of working with the local, state, and federal authorities required to be at the table. I mean, I'm not an attorney, but I did have the city councilor's office look at this. I have read quite extensively, and it's in clear violation of the public services contract piece of the city charter. And the board has never directed, the Board of Aldermen, that is, has never directed the Board of Public Service to undertake a project like this, sign off on a project like this. In fact, they're not listed on the exhibit as a party to this at all. And so I just, again, I'm not saying that I'm opposed to trying something like this as a pilot to help. I mean, I think all of us have been impacted. I have helped moms make decisions about pulling life support from their children who have been shot. I've attended more funerals than I can account for, starting with when I started community outreach in the 6th Ward. And so, I'm not denying this is a problem. I'm really concerned about the legal process that we have not even tried to undertake to do the right way. Are you familiar with management control agreements?
Mm-hmm. I am.
And how do you expect that what you have put before us is adhering to the United States Department of Justice, their CGIS protocols?
Yeah, we would deliver a contract if this board bill passes and an ordinance is in substantial form. And before the police department signs it, they can engage with the contractor and the vendor in all of those agreements that are necessary.
Okay, and I guess this is another piece of this where you're going to push the envelope, because that's not typically how the process works. Typically, you have to get permission before you order a state agency to do something at the local level here. So this is just another thing that you're okay might end up in court.
Yeah, Alderwoman, I think we should be realists in this conversation that assuming this board bill passes and there's an ordinance that will likely see a lawsuit or two. So I don't have an issue with it. I also feel that the board passing this will send a message to clear a lot of that up and engage in those agreements, particularly with which I'm preferencing here as signaling from the mayor's office that they would potentially support this with those changes. Although I feel they probably still want to see how the conversation plays out and bookends.
Okay, I guess I would argue if you were truly interested in bringing this to the city as quickly as possible to provide some level of relief and support to families who have in the past been victims of violence or lost loved ones, or who may in the future, that putting these really fairly easy pieces of process in place ahead of time, instead of sitting around waiting for it to get litigated and tied up and not being able to move forward, is really concerning to me and not typically how I have viewed the way you've handled most things down here at the board. And I don't have any further questions right now. I know that there's a lot of folks who want to talk. Thank you for indulging me, Alderman. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Alderwoman. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alderman from the 16th, we yield to questioning.
Alderman from the 16th, will yield the question to the Alderman from the 18th.
I will, of course.
Alderman from the 18th, please proceed.
Alderman from the 16th, are you aware of some of the civil rights violations in the past that have occurred when we have with law enforcement? People who are acting in the capacity in working with law enforcement?
I mean, generally, yeah, I wouldn't disagree that hasn't happened, Alderman, but I don't know what specific incident you might be referring to.
Can I, Alderman, may I cite some studies and books where it did occur?
Please.
For example, Dr. King, during this, I was in the civil rights movement myself, and there were spies that actually followed Dr. King, and also they violated other civil rights and people who were active in trying to change the system's rights. In fact, some of them, for example, in CONTELPRO, CONTELPRO, the government itself was sued, and also the plaintiffs, the people who sued actually won the case. Also, if I understood you to say that you're trying to reduce killings, but may I just use my own experience and also some studies that show, first of all, I was in the anti-poverty program. This same government that is now talking about stopping killing pulled out money. And there was, and as the money was pulled out that the taxpayers were paying, and shifted it to law enforcement, which created mass incarceration. That's when the drugs came in, and that's when the killings started. To bring you up to date on which country, these countries that provide the cocaine and to our country are also allies. We also fund them, give them foreign aid. For example, we give Bolivia $122 million a year. Colombia, we give $558 million, and Peru, we give $133 million. Also, Afghanistan is the world's leader in heroin, and that's our ally. So Mexico is also bringing drugs. So my point is, when we talk about stopping the killing, according to the two police chiefs told me that the majority, about half of the killings are drug related. Now, what is my plan for that? I have what's called the Todd Plan, which is in committee now. Drug treatment on demand. This plan stabilizes the community, it decreases crime, it reduces prison population, it improves health, and it keeps families together, and it reduces killings. So we should be pushing something that works. And the other thing is that right now we are taking money just from recreational programs that have been passed by the taxpayers designated for that purpose, is now being used to balance the budget. So these are the type things that permanently we can't provide all the jobs we need right now, but we have continually spent billions of dollars building more prisons, incarcerating, locking up more people, but the problem is getting worse. So the facts show that what we really should be talking about is, the facts is that this lock them up and throw away the key is a total failure. And it absolutely is racist in that we talk about it was 100-1, for example, for crack cocaine versus regular cocaine and all of its cocaine. But at the same time, we're the only country in the world that I know of that lock people up who are addicted to drugs. And we need to have alternatives to drug selling, and to continue down the same failed path is just a waste of time. And we need to, those of us who are of goodwill should begin to use the taxpayers' money and educate our constituents and do something about it to change it, because we are in a position as elected officials to do something, but we cannot continue to promote the same failed policies and expect a different result when we've seen that that it doesn't work. And so I don't think it works because you can't trust the police or anyone to be spying on citizens. You can't, and that's just history. It's not like I made it up. It's history, and I name 3 or 4 books, but I can name 10 or 20 or 30 books and movies and tapes, and also so you can go to the internet. So since it hasn't worked in the past, it's not going to work in the future. What we have done is not accepting the reality that as to how we got here on the false premises of law and order, when in reality what is really happening is we've created public works program for the rural area by locking a lot of especially Black people up and wasting taxpayers' money and taking money away from services that could be used to reduce the problem. And until we do that, and that we will not solve the problem, and there is no protection of our rights to be spied on, because when we start spying, we know where it eventually ends up. It ends up right against the working class and poor, and especially Black people. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of this bill, and I don't think anyone here is arguing that we do not have a devastatingly high homicide rate in this city. And I think it's a little disingenuous to say that anyone who disagrees with this policy is somehow not taking this issue seriously or not willing to go all out and do everything we can to support our residents to address high crime. I agree that we owe it to our residents to invest in solutions and to reduce our homicide rate. Unfortunately, I think this bill is grasping at straws instead of investing our time and energy, and whether it's our funds or the funds of anybody who's willing to help fund this, we want to see those funds maximized. And we do not have a plan here that is proven to be credible. And simply because the sponsor of the bill laid out a lot of the arguments that he expects to hear, that does not nullify them or make them void. There are privacy concerns with this bill. I would say that this bill does not stop the bleeding. This bill does not stop anyone from becoming a victim of a crime. At most, it may help identify suspects and track them down. And I agree that if anybody in the city of St. Louis is taking the life of another person, they need to be apprehended and they need to be taken off the streets. Absolutely. This bill and this technology does not guarantee it. It does not get us any closer to that. In response to the question about what plans do we have, there are plans out there. There are many plans, many recommendations that have been made, and I haven't seen a single one that recommends we put spy planes, and yes, I'm going to use that term because that's what they are spying on us, that put spy planes in the air to track everyone's movements in the city of St. Louis. And I think the privacy concerns here, I just want to raise the issue here that generally cameras are on are surveilling public spaces, or they're strategically placed to monitor who's going in and out of a particular place. They are part of a larger strategy. The fact that these cameras are going to be capturing footage on private property, I think should raise red flags for all of us, and including private property of people who don't even live in the city. I think that needs to be considered, and I'm very curious what the liability is. for data that is going to be collected on people who don't live in the city, who live just outside of the city boundaries. Their data is going to be collected and stored by a private contractor. And I think there's an incredible liability issue there as well. I think the fact that we don't have funding lined up for this is significant as well. I think a good faith effort to put a plan in place to protect our citizens would, one, identify the parties responsible for implementing the project and get them on board. Two, it would have funding behind it or some possible sources of funding. And three, community input. And I would say that this project has none of those. We don't have the Department of Public Safety. The police chief on record is endorsing this as a strategy that they have faith in. We don't have funding. And I would say that this is different than private development projects that this board approves with redevelopment plans that may not have private funding. This is a contract with a private company for services to be provided to our city. I think it's fundamentally different than the redevelopment projects that that the sponsor has suggested are similar here. I think if we're going to look at this, we need to have a plan. And whether we're talking about 1 year or 3 years, we need to know what that's going to cost and what happens if we get 6 months of funding or 18 months of funding. Is this program going to be going in fits and starts? I don't think that's been thought through. And in terms of community input, while it is true that we are having this debate in the legislature and it is not being, this project isn't being carried out unilaterally by our police department, yes, that's a step up. However, I would say the NYU study, everything that's come out from the Baltimore study has said there absolutely has to be community input, and we have not had that. The little input that I've seen in meetings that I have participated in with my residents, as well as all of the emails I've received, have been staunchly opposed to this bill. So, I mean, I don't consider that sufficient community input for something like this, but that's all that I've seen. And I know that it's difficult during COVID, but you know, through Zoom, through virtual meetings, we have had robust conversations throughout the community on things such as our public schools, on closing the workhouse. I mean, it has been done, it is possible, and we have definitely not exhausted all of those avenues to seek community input. So we don't have those three things, which I think are just basic fundamentals for carrying out such a wide and expansive program. The other thing that, the other reason I even if I believed in this technology and thought that this was absolutely the way to go, the contract has no way for the city to get out of this if we simply feel that it's not working or our citizens are upset. The termination clauses in this contract are essentially if we go bankrupt, if the private contractor goes bankrupt, if the police department doesn't access the data for 6 months, we can terminate it pursuant to those terms, or if the private contractor materially breaches. But there's nothing in here, so we have to have cause in all of those situations. And even if the police department isn't using this data for 6 months, that's still 6 months that these spy planes are circling in the air, collecting data, and that is being retained by a private contractor. So if we find out, because we have not done community engagement on this, if we find out in a few months that people don't like having planes hovering in the air while they're sitting outside, or we find out that it doesn't help property values, people don't want to live in a city where they are being surveilled 18 hours a day, none of those are reasons for us to get out of this contract. And I think that is particularly problematic. I think the questions that have been raised about surveillance and how surveillance has been used, I think those are particularly pertinent. I think, you know, we have seen surveillance used to suppress people all throughout history. And I think the notion that simply because Mr. McNutt showed up at a hearing and said he's a good guy and he's got a good company, that should be the end of our due diligence. I mean, this is a private company that has one sole member, that's its founder. I've been to the website. He has a series of short videos where he answers these questions about whether this footage is admissible in court. And it's simply him. He references no experts, no lawyers, no data. I just think if we are going to consider waiving our citizens' constitutional rights to privacy, we need to be doing a little bit more due diligence, and this is not it. So I'm very much opposed to this bill. And I think if we're serious about finding solutions, I would suggest that we look to what's already out there. And I will say that The Violence Prevention Action Team. So the health department has looked into how do we reduce violent crime? How do we reduce homicides and non-fatal gun crimes? And there is a plan. They have 3 objectives out there to reduce gun-related homicides by 25% by 2024. And I'm unaware of the sponsor of this bill or and anyone else right now taking up those recommendations. And I think that we need to look at what's already out there. As far as I know, this plan came to us because the vendor is looking for customers. It did not come out of an effort to reduce crime, because if it had, then we would be looking to what is already out there. The Violence Prevention Action Team says we should be improving community level response to non-fatal shootings. We should be advancing trauma-informed and evidence-based violence prevention practices and community systems and service delivery, activating communities to strengthen police legitimacy. I would argue that by implementing this persistent aerial surveillance, we are counteracting any efforts of those 3 things. So I would much rather see us invest, if we're going to go out and find benefactors who want to fund something in the city, which I don't know that we have for this in any case, but I think that is a much more doable program that is more likely to get the results that we all so desperately want to see in our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Would the alderman from the 16th yield for a question?
Alderman from the 16th, will you yield a question to the Alderman from the 24th?
I will.
Alderman from the 24th, please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you, Alderman from the 16th, for yielding. So I was looking through the drive. I'm trying to make sure that I'm looking at the right floor substitute. Could you just go over what the changes in your floor sub are?
Certainly. If you go to, let me pull it up for you, Alderman, but Exhibit B, Section 5, the termination, or the term, not the termination, I'm sorry, the term. We've changed that from 3 years to 18 months. And the other meaningful change is, did you see that? The other meaningful change is associated with the use, where it says there may be integration from the vendor to the real-time crime center. We struck all that. So the process now, or the scope, would be that information's handed over to the real-time crime center analysts and the detectives, and they take the pixelated information from that point forward. Those were the 3 main concerns that the mayor brought up that I wanted to make sure were in here. Were to make sure it's free. The contract already does stipulate that in a couple of places. 2, the access. The public safety director and the mayor had concerns with the access to the real-time crime center, and that would have been recorded access, right? It would have made the process of PSS putting together a comprehensive report a little bit easier. But those were concerns. So in an effort to accommodate those concerns of the police department, the public safety director, all that is striking. And then the term of the agreement, the mayor wanted something less than 3 years, and we split the baby with an 18-month proposition with a after an exhaustive review of the data and the efficacy, the ability to extend for another 18 months.
Thank you. And that's the only question I have. I would like to point out in his initial statement here, the alderman from the 16th, I think, pretty concisely laid out a whole lot of pretty compelling arguments against Board Bill 200, and then did nothing to refute those arguments. He simply laid them out there and didn't make any compelling argument against the arguments Board Bill 200. And I don't want to rehash a lot of what I've already said about this board bill, but I think there's real problems with even the idea that we have the authority to do this. I think that the city councilor was pretty clear that we don't. Several months back, when we were all still actually in session in the building at City Hall, we bickered over the CJCC, and finally got some framework together that was a great compromise and a way for the city to move forward on a lot of these issues and have people at the table who need to be at the table. The CJCC was simply bypassed here. We didn't even ask their opinion. We have no buy-in from the director of public safety, no buy-in from the chief of police, no buy-in from our circuit attorney. These are people who need to be at the table if we're talking about public safety. I think it's problematic that no lawyers for the city looked at this contract or negotiated this contract, and now we're trying to push through a contract and say that you must sign this. I think that's just failing on our due diligence. The fact that a banker, a lobbyist, and a millionaire who's trying to peddle his wares came up with this contract in a vacuum, essentially, and now we're saying it's good. We've heard it's free, but we've also heard from the sponsor of this that we're going to see lawsuits, and I can tell you, defending lawsuits isn't free. We need to take into account the cost of this litigation. Is the city councilor's office going to defend this ordinance? Are they going to fight it all the way to, our state's Supreme Court? Because we could certainly end up in our state Supreme Court over this ordinance. I think it's problematic that there's no way to exit this contract quickly without any cause at all. If we enter into it and we hear from our residents overwhelmingly that they don't like the sound of these planes flying low overhead, like has been brought up so frequently in Baltimore, there's no way for us to get out of it. We just have to tell our constituents, sorry, there's just going to be planes buzzing over your house for the next 18 months now. A few weeks back, we also had a resolution in this board for victims of communism, and there were some pretty compelling arguments made on behalf of those victims of communism. And it's bizarre to me that many of the same people who support that would come in and then argue for a dystopic, totalitarian way of monitoring every citizen and every worker in the city of St. Louis, and to track all their comings and goings everywhere they go. We would know what pharmacies they went to. We would know if they had gone to Planned Parenthood. We would know if they've gone to protests. That doesn't even address the ongoing litigation on this. This is still in the federal courts. I don't get the rush here. We need to get protections in place if we're going to proceed with something this drastic. And Board Bill 95 would address some of this. I would love to see that move at the same time. We've heard in other public safety issues that we want to put things to a public vote, even a non-binding public vote. Why is that not appropriate here? I know when I go to my neighborhood groups, they're overwhelmingly opposed to this. The only person who I've spoken to who is for this, I told them that the link that they said, well, why don't we give it a shot? What's the worst that could happen? We just try it. And when I told them the length of the contract and that we didn't have a way out of the contract, they were opposed to it then. They said, no, we can't do that then. You know, if we can't get out of this, if we need to, then we can't do that. You know, we already get complaints, at least in the 24th, I already get complaints about air traffic with, you know, the in between police helicopters and the hospital helicopters. You know, there's a lot of complaints about that noise as is. And I'm very hesitant to add to that. Ultimately, this doesn't get to the root issues of crime, the root causes of crime. This money would be better spent on police training, on salary, on community programming. But I think most upsetting to me on this is I heard several of my colleagues say that they simply don't care about civil rights. They're not worried about that. They're not worried about people's rights of privacy. And, you know, I think that we all took an oath to support and uphold the United States Constitution. And to hear people simply dismiss it out of hand is very frustrating to me. And, you know, for all of these reasons and reasons that the alderman from the 16th laid out quite eloquently, I have to oppose this. I don't see the rush. I don't see why we don't get protections in place. And I would encourage everyone to vote no on this. If we're going to take a step like this, we need to make sure that those protections are in place, or else we're going to have a real can of worms, and it's going to be expensive. It's going to be embarrassing. And ultimately, you know, historically, we've seen what happens and who's affected by surveillance programs. And with that, I'll close and yield back. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hey, Alderman, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You want me to come back? We can come back. Okay. Alderman from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks for, I had to step away for a minute earlier. Thank you for coming back to me. Alderman, could I inquire of the Alderman from the 16th Ward, please?
Alderman from the 16th, will you yield the question to the Alderman from the 8th?
I will.
Alderman from the 8th, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Alderman. I'm trying to, again, through the bills that are in our folder. So the floor substitute says that this will be for a term of 1 year, not of 18 months. Can you clarify if we have the right floor substitute in front of us?
You may not. See, this is part of the confusion. Hang on one second, Alderwoman.
Both the marked copy and the clean copy say 1 year.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask the clerk. I think there was a floor substitute put forward last week in the Google Drive by the Alderman from the 24th. And I think that may be the copy that's in there now and not the Oldenburg floor substitute.
Okay.
So,
yeah, that would be helpful.
We need to do some traffic directing here to ensure that my floor substitute was brought. That's why I was hoping that amendments could have been brought. I don't disagree actually with some of the concerns that the Alderman wrote, but I think we need the floor substitute.
Okay, and so maybe that's something that you could go back and with the clerk and work on, because it also, I don't see anything about exempting the Real-Time Crime Center from this.
You're right. You're right. So this is the wrong floor substitute.
Okay. I'm not sure then what our procedure should be if this is the floor sub that is in front of us.
Alderman from the 16th, all you would have to do is just introduce the appropriate floor substitute at some time before we finish this debate, probably the earliest.
Oh, I thought I did that. I thought I did that, Mr. President. I didn't know that there were multiple floor substitutes, and the one that I thought I instructed the clerk to install on the drive is
Okay.
not that one.
All right.
Well, in the meantime, I guess, Mr. President, are you suggesting that we go ahead and continue debates?
You can continue discussion unless it's, something pertinent to, it's something that you do not have that to be in the new floor substitute.
Okay. Well, I do. Go ahead.
And while that is happening, I'm going to ask the clerk to look into that quickly so we have an answer to that, and place a note into the chat section so that we can notify the members of the board when it's out there and available. But the one that you introduce is the one that you have in front of you, Alderman from the 16th.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one I thought I was introducing, and I think I got an email that instructed that be the case.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, Alderman from the 8th, do you have any further?
Sure, I do actually.
questions?
I have another question for the Alderman, if it's okay to continue.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great. So if we're going on the on the assumption that the real-time crime center cameras will not be federated with persistent surveillance technology, so instead of the technicians and analysts at persistent surveillance, it would be the St. Louis Metropolitan Department that would be analyzing would be collecting the data from PSS and then analyzing it in-house at the SLMPD. Is that how you imagine that happening?
Yeah, mechanically, it would be that the data obtained from the planes vis-a-vis pixels would generate a report after a written statement. Of course, previously a written statement needs to come to the police department that said a crime happened at a certain location, and put together the information of the pixels, which you can obviously go back in time to see where they came from in an effort to help provide information for a real-time crime center analyst, as well as where pixels may have gone afterwards, and identify where they went through existing ground cameras. And then at that point, that I am envisioning the report would be complete. The analyst and the detective would then take it over from there, accessing all the intersections that the pixels have gone through, whereby they have existing ground cameras.
Okay, so I guess the demonstration that we saw previously from persistent surveillance, I think it was back in 2019, kind of walked through what their analysts would create a package based on the camera footage that they had, plus integration with ground cameras, and just hand it over to the police department and say, hey, here's what we have, then the police can act on that. So that would not be the case in this situation, because PSS does not have the real-time crime center cameras. So they would, it'd be kind of opposite, that they would be giving us data and we would be doing our own analysis of the data from persistent surveillance.
Yeah, now I assume that there could be give and take. They could ask for advice, technical assistance along the analysts of St. Louis Police Department, as well as detectives could ask for additional technical advice and assistance. But that is correct that persistent surveillance would have to put a report compiled together by just their own data and turn that over to the police department.
So in that case, then in your conversations with the public safety director about that, were there any increased staffing or costs associated at the real-time crime center? Because they're already, to my knowledge, pretty understaffed by just what they need to do their job as it is. Or did they contemplate any increased costs or staff time with this?
I asked that question, and I think the anticipation is no. Because if an analyst or a detective's working a case, it's not like you create more hours in a day. So they'll just get an additional report, which would be more information. So I would argue it would probably make them more efficient.
Okay. Was there any discussion in regards to the recently released Teneo report describing, just really difficult communication lines within our police department and how this type of information might actually help when we've got what sounds like a decent bit of chaos happening at the St. Louis Police Department?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an opportunity to embrace and get those lines of communication correct with what is a new founded tool to help. So in some ways, maybe it provides some additional help to the communications, and it allows sort of the St. Louis Police Department and its higher management an opportunity to onboard a new technology while fixing disjointed communications that exist today.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. I have some comments just further. I want to, again, echo some of my other colleagues that just because we are questioning this particular program and this particular process does not mean that we don't care about violent crime in the city of St. Louis. We know that we are bombarded from Jefferson City every year with threats of even hamstringing our own police from enforcing gun laws, and the lax gun laws that Jefferson City continues to pass have led to spikes in violent crime, to children carrying guns in the city of St. Louis. And we have sort of an all hands on deck situation. But what we also know is that we have organizations like the Violence Prevention Council. We have the Community Justice Coordinating Council. We have all of these groups that were formed with our support to come up with holistic ways to approach these things. And that is where this conversation could have started, again, with that public engagement piece, and could also still have come through the legislative body per the New York University report. One of the things that the NYU report strongly suggested was that there be a regulatory framework in place, that we would be able to oversee this program, that the public would be able to oversee this program. And that's something that I don't necessarily fault the owner of persistent surveillance for. There have been hiccups with previous police departments signing documents without public transparency. So I don't necessarily fault him for those failures in transparency, but those have occurred. And so when New York University says that this should come through the legislative body, they also want there to be a strong regulatory framework in place. They also don't understand our charter. They don't understand our restrictions as to the Board of Aldermen not being allowed legally to negotiate this contract. I agree with the Alderwoman from the 6th, even pointing further to the Board of Public Service process getting through this. And it says for matters over $5,000 or for any consideration. And we are getting something from this. And I would argue that there is enough that is coming to this that it should have gone through that process, partially because, like the Alderwoman from the 28th pointed out, this is one single company. This is one single owner of a single company who is bringing a product to us. There could be other companies across the country that have similar types of programs. We don't know. We have been brought one program from one company. The Board of Public Service process also roots out conflicts of interest. It looks for effectiveness on behalf of the person contracting with the city of St. Louis. I would liken this back to body cameras potentially as well. We had body camera proposals that didn't come through the right way the first time, and so they got held up. And we're, I think, 4 or 5 years down the line now, finally getting those cameras out. And we'd asked for those cameras a long time ago. The effort was there, the public support was even there, but because we weren't coming through the process the correct way, those weren't able to roll out in the way that we needed them to. I absolutely believe that there are ways that we can be affecting violent crime in the city of St. Louis. We need to have accountability. We need to have trust in the prosecution of crimes. We need to have outreach. We need the Cure Violence report that we got just this week was really uplifting, I thought, to hear the way that they are already getting engaged on our streets. Even just since November, 2 of those sites have rolled out. They are building relationships. They are building trust. They are intervening on the disease that is gun violence. And that is what we know works, is intervention, is cutting off violence as the disease that it is hitting. I think that this is pushing us towards a situation of a police state, of a, you know, telling kids that they shouldn't do something because there's an airplane in the sky watching them. What does that tell our kids? What does that tell our kids that we believe about them, that we're just trying to dissuade them from doing something when the plane is watching? And the airplane is not watching all the time. It is, they can't fly in bad weather. They don't have infrared technology. So they're not flying at night. They are flying limited hours. And so it's, I just, there's a lot of arguments on all sides of this. And I want this to come through our expert bodies that deal with gun violence, that deal with victims of gun violence, that deal with repairing communities as the violence happens in those communities. And I thought Resolution 24 had some of those pieces to it. And continuing to push this board bill and to continue to say, well, we'll work this out on the end. How expensive is it going to be to work this out on the other side? How expensive are those lawsuits going to be for us to be pushing the envelope against the city councilor's opinions on this, right? Those are costs built in, and I agree with Alderman Narayan about that as well. I have gotten maybe one or two statements of support for this program from my ward. I have received lots of pushback against this program from all over the city. And we don't have effectiveness data. We have similar problems like Baltimore had, that our ground cameras are not in the right locations to be helping out. It's something that we discuss down here at the board all the time, that the places where the violence is most prevalent are the places with fewest cameras, right? And in order for this to be as effective as the owner claims it to be, we need to have those cameras on the ground. And if those cameras aren't there, then we are limited in our effectiveness of being able to tie it in. The police department still could tie in with special business district cameras or gas station cameras or people's ring cameras. But if the majority of cameras are still in wealthier areas with less violent crime, you're still only going to be solving the problems in those specific areas. So I think we're selling something that we don't actually have the information to back up in this program. And I don't, giving St. Louis one more, this is a silver bullet, this is going to solve our crime problem, I think is misleading to our public. And I think it's a problem that we have gotten this far on this process. And I would encourage my colleagues to vote no. I think that there are significant problems with our adherence to the city charter, with our adherence to the resolution that was passed in July. We have tools, we have committees, we have experts in place to really evaluate these programs before we would attempt to roll this out. So I would encourage you all to vote no.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 21st, I'm coming back to you. I don't know if you have gotten your mic fixed.
Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Oh, absolutely. Crystal clear. Go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this board bill. And I keep hearing people say crime. And when I think about crime, I think about drug trafficking. I think about armed robbery. But we're not talking about crime when we discuss area surveillance. We're talking about cold-blooded murder and the 200 police cases that has been unresolved here in the city of St. Louis. That's what we're discussing. That's what we're talking about. We cannot keep using crime and murder synonymously with each other and thinking they mean the same thing, because I don't think that it does. And like my colleagues, I have received numerous emails from people telling me to vote no on this board bill. Exactly, it was, I wrote that number down. I received 213 emails from people saying vote no on this board bill. Now, none of them were from my ward. In fact, out of that 213, I went through and it's not an accurate database. This is only, just as an example. Out there 213 people, I ran 67 names in a voter database just to see if they were residents of the city of St. Louis, and absolutely none of them were. Now, the remaining others could be residents of the city of St. Louis, who knows? But I ran 60 plus names just to see if they even live in our city where crime is absolutely a problem, but murder is the real problem. In the 21st ward, where crime and murder is, unfortunately high and somewhat consistent. None of my residents have told me they don't support this plan or this proposal. My residents ask me for more cameras. They ask me for more police presence. They ask for more surveillance. If we could have a area surveillance just covering the 21st ward, I would be all for it. So the using that as a justification that people have wrote us saying don't vote for it, it's perplexing and it's minuscule because they're not affected by crime. And even if this, and one of my colleagues also mentioned that this area surveillance can cover portions of St. Louis County. Well, that's very good because crime travels from St. Louis County into our neighborhoods. My colleague in the 27th ward, Alderwoman Boyd, she experiences crime coming from St. Louis County every day. And it has nothing to do with the city of St. Louis. But she is next to the county border and she experiences that. So very good if it does cover portions of St. Louis County. They should be paying for this too, then, if that's the case. And I also want to address my colleague earlier tried to connect this with COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO was not a surveillance program. COINTELPRO was a series of covert and illegal projects that was used to discredit Black leaders and used to infiltrate Black organizations. It is not the same thing. COINTELPRO was the movement on was the movement in a war on African American leadership. Area surveillance is definitely not. Area surveillance is a war on cold-blooded murder, which impacts North St. Louis the most. I rise in support of this board bill, Mr. President, and we have to do something unconventional and bold. And the same arguments that we're hearing right now, we heard when we funded Cure Violence earlier last year. We heard the exact same arguments. If we are not going to be bold and unconventional in addressing this epidemic that is plaguing our communities, then we are doing a disservice to the people that we represent. Mr. President, I rise in support of this board bill, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote yes in the mission to stop murder in our city. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman from the 23rd.
Yes, thank you. I want to address a couple things. One, a comment from the Alderwoman of the 28th that said there needs to be more public comment. But in the meeting, I was so criticized about not having public comment, but we did have public comment in that meeting, and other aldermen came in and talked. So I don't know, is there an end to public comment? You can have continuous public comment. Certainly, we put out everything we could put out and people did comment. I think what seemed like the majority of what I can recall is that the alder people in some of the highest crime areas, at least the majority, feel that this would help. And, so I support this. I support it because, and the other comment that they're going to be spying in people's backyards, I don't think so. I think this is going to be on the streets. Right now, when you go anywhere, as long as you have your phone with you, it tracks you. It tracks off of pings. And I also know that's how they solve crimes. They can trace a cell phone, especially one that's been stolen or for a missing person. They can so your cell phone is saying where you're at. Ring doorbells all over the place. The red light cameras and the cameras that read, so we're being surveilled all day. This is just one more tool. And, I would have to say, again, and I'll go back to my son, who's a homicide detective in the city, and the frustration that they have in trying to solve these crimes. They, at least I can speak on behalf of my son, he works hard at this. And I think any tool that they can get to help them to solve a crime, you know, there is so much crime to start with, murders, that in an average, I believe a homicide detective handles 4 cases. And our homicide detectives, I believe, are handling like 8 or 10 cases. They need every tool they can get to help solve these. So, I mean, that's my comment. And the other one, like I said, I did public testimony. We didn't restrict anybody from talking. We even had aldermen. We let every alderman that chose to want to speak on this talk on it. And, you know, it passed out of committee. In fact, I believe it passed out of committee, and I could be wrong on this, but I believe it passed with 100% of the committee members voting no. I'm being told no. So, so I'm being told no by a whole bunch of people. So, but it passed, which means the majority of the people on the committee did vote to send this out to the floor. So, and I have to go back and look, Mr. Clerk, if you can let me know what the vote count was, so that I'd like to at least post that in the chat, since I don't know what the vote was. I was pretty much sure, well, it came out, so I know it had the majority of the members. I don't know, I guess I wouldn't mind seeing that. I can look it up myself. You know, but it did come out. So the majority of the members that sit on the Public Safety Committee voted that out of committee, or it wouldn't be here at the full board. Then again, if they want to fly over my house all day long, that's good. I wouldn't mind the extra protection. But I support this because it seems to me that the outcry that I'm getting comes from the neighborhoods that are most affected by crime. And it seems like those of us who are blessed enough to have neighborhoods that, you know, the worst thing happening in my neighborhood is these car clotting and some of the catalytic converter things. Yeah, you know, this wouldn't even be a subject that came up. You know, if in all of our wards we were experiencing all the murders, and our constituents were telling us we want these things solved, we want every tool in the toolbox, I don't know that we would be saying, gee, you know, we're against this. I really have to believe that, you know, I'm supporting the neighborhoods with the most crime. That's why I support this bill. You know, and again, I guarantee you, if the crime was happening in your neighborhood and all the murders, and your constituents were on you, like they are on the aldermen in these areas, saying, we want these things resolved. And you know, what's happening, and I believe this, and someone can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the biggest population loss in the city, and we're having it, is in neighborhoods that are high crime. People are voting, they're voting for these planes, they're voting with their feet. They're not just moving to another part of the city, they're moving way out of the city. So we have great population loss in areas where it's high crime. We owe it to the people that can't afford to leave, that can't afford to just say, you know what, I got a good pension, I'm not gonna put up with this, and they leave. And again, these are people in high crime areas. These are more, and maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe these are more minorities that are leaving the city than that. And I believe it's because crime. I don't think they just decided that a neighborhood they grew up in their whole life, that they decided one day, you know what, the county sounds better. So I encourage, you know, and I get a lot of criticism for supporting this, that, oh, we're violating everybody. What about that Google thing that flies around? I can, you know, I can get I can even go online and I can see if you have a swimming pool in your yard. You know, people, this is a different time, but this wouldn't be being used as for MapQuest. This is used so that people can feel protected in neighborhoods that they otherwise don't feel that protected. And I apologize because my phone's ringing. But anyway, I would hope that you would look at this in the eyes of the people that are crying out for protection, that are crying out for help. I just, you know, again, I'm supporting this not because my neighborhood needs it. I'm supporting it, and I would imagine that these planes are not going to be flying over people, checking their backyards out. You know, I believe we should be giving the police every tool that we can. I think it's sad that in a city that, like in our parks and streets, that we have to put all these cameras. But anyway, I'm sorry. It really upsets me that we claim that we're all for the most vulnerable people in the city, yet it seems to me that we don't support that, and it upsets me. So I'm just going to step off because it really does bother me that I get criticized for supporting things like this, when what I am supporting is the people that are being killed and the people in those neighborhoods, and be thankful, the aldermen, that don't have this in their neighborhood. Because if you're having people being shot daily in your neighborhood, and people having to duck in their houses, and people having to sleep on the floor so they don't get shot while watching TV, when you start having that in your neighborhood, you're going to be wanting planes flying over, police driving through the neighborhood. You won't want to defund the police. You'll want more police. And again, I'm going to get off because it's bothering me.
Alderwoman from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. I want to start off with, I've been robbed by gunpoint, knife, strangled, knocked down, kicked. I've been shot at. I've been, I probably had 3 cars stolen. I had about 6 or 8 times my cars have been broken into. I've had my home invaded, and this includes one time in University City, but I want to say 4 times. My children growing up have been accosted by people that had no good intentions. And one time I had to be a part of a search for my son for 8 hours. I don't think a lot of you really understand what crime is in some of these communities. You don't understand what people go through. And nobody can be more vigilant than I am on trying to make sure things are better. But as much as we try to make it better, we also have entities who bring things into this community, who influence our young people with bad ideas and thoughts and participation in things that are not good for them or this community. And I will talk about, and I appreciate those who mentioned the gun laws and all of that, having the gun shows in St. Charles where you can just go buy anything and nobody has to be recorded. It's just obscene at this point. But I also want to thank you for mentioning all of the other programs that people are trying to come up with some ideas. But it would be nice if they talked to us. It would be nice if they included those communities that they want to dictate to. I think that that would be helpful. But you know what? I need at least 50 more programs to believe that I don't have to be afraid to take my trash out at night anymore. Last night, I'm sitting here on a neighborhood meeting. Gunshots, it was so many of them, I had to get on the floor because they were too close. 3 hours later, the same thing. And you know what? I'm 2 blocks away from Central Patrol. They don't care about the police anymore. And so we have got to get in deep where people feel comfortable telling what is going on and who is preparing to commit crimes. And there was a time when we had that. But because people have different agendas now, things that are important to them have nothing to do with quality of life. It's personal, it's destructive, and you have to change the culture in order to change some of the things that are going on. And we did that before, and we know how to do it. And we need to do more of those things that we did in the past. So that high number that you talked about before, this city, and you know what's so interesting about this, Chief Hayden was a part of it. When we had neighborhood relationships with our police department and with every other entity that could provide services. And we brought that crime down. We changed the culture, the mindset. We cleaned up our parks, everything. Cleaned up our streets. See, that's another thing. When everything's got trash on it, nobody cares about it. All the alleys are getting dumped in, nobody cares about it. So there are too many things that need to be done to X out anything that might have a possibility to make it better. And all these little nuances that you put on the table, there's not one thing here that prohibits this contract, because at the end of the day, this municipal entity can get out of anything that they want to get out of in 30 days or less. Depending on the circumstance, they can end the service immediately. We all know that. So let's not play these games trying to get the public afraid and think that people are not doing their jobs and that they don't care, because that is not the case. I know that our police department is overwhelmed and they may not want to deal with something else. But you know what? We got to deal with everything right now. Whatever we can put our hands on to try to change what we are looking at right now and experiencing every day. And please tell the truth to people about privacy. You have none. You have no privacy, period. When you drive out of rallies, you'll get a text thanking you for shopping there and maybe even a coupon. How do you think that happens? And it's not a plane flying over the sky. You have no privacy at all, ever. When you're driving down the highway, it's 99,000 cameras. Some of them belong to the Weather Bureau, some of them belong to the city, some of them belong to the State Patrol. 99,000 cameras. Nowhere you go do you have privacy. If you got OnStar and you use that service in your car, you have no privacy, because you know if your car gets stolen, they can disarm the car and tell the police where the car is. If you lock yourself out of your car, they can unlock your car for you. Nobody has to be present. You have no privacy. There is no such thing as privacy in this world now. And it's only going to get worse because of the technology is every time it improves, there's a new gadget, a new process that is enforced. So let's just, tell the truth like it is. Don't put that fear tactic out there. We've seen what that can do to people. We witnessed that at the Capitol. Stop the frenzy talk. Stop it. Just stop it. And let's talk about the truth. I need whatever I can get. And as I said before, I could take 50 more programs to try to deter crime. And also, hopefully, direct people back to civility and having a better understanding on how we need to live together on this earth. But what the games that we're playing with everything, I don't like it. I just don't like it. And I want to be as honest as I can be with people. I'm going to say it again. You don't have any privacy. You have none. The buildings that you live in got cameras that you don't even know about. Most especially in the very expensive living you do. So I just wanted to say, let's look at everything. Let's be open-minded, and I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I just want to echo a few concerns I've got, and I'll be brief. I know we've had a long meeting already. I'm certainly sympathetic to my colleagues who represent neighborhoods that have much higher rates of crime than the 7th Ward, and understand that they want every tool that's available to be at their disposal for solving crime. And that's what ultimately this is, persistent surveillance. It would be another tool in the toolbox of investigators and law enforcement. I'd say it's an unproven tool. I think it maybe could have some use and maybe of some evidentiary value. But that's where we get into the debate of, does this tool and does the evidence gathered by it and its assistance to law enforcement, does that outweigh the privacy concerns? And my colleague from the 19th just spoke about the lack of privacy concerns, or the lack of privacy that we now have in this world. And there's certainly some truth to that, but I would push back and say, there are certain places that are private that technology like this would have the ability to invade. And that, for example, it's my backyard, it's my rooftop deck. Right now, there are no cameras there. That's my private space at my domicile. All of a sudden, when we're talking about aerial surveillance, that becomes invaded. Cell phones, OnStar, things like that. We opt into those. I can choose not to have location services on my phone. I can choose not to have tracking devices on my car. Cameras on public streets, I have no problem with them. In fact, I've funded many through the 7th Ward Capital Fund and will fund many more. And I think they're of great evidentiary value. They can capture license plates, they can capture faces, and they can help with solving crimes. And I noticed that a big part of the technology we're talking about here today, which can capture pixels of objects moving from point A to point B, but it's then heavily reliant on our city camera infrastructure and our neighborhood camera infrastructure for getting that identifying information that you ultimately need to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt in criminal courts. And that's what's missing from this technology. So we're talking about tracking pixels from one location to another, and then basically using that information to then see what other camera resources we have in the area to help, I guess, identify suspects and bring charges. I would say that, for the cost of this program, which we don't know, and I'll get into that concern in a minute, but for the cost of this program, we'd be much better off adding to our existing camera infrastructure on the ground and adding more cameras, which I think on the ground cameras are a much better tool for law enforcement. And I think that's evidenced by the fact that that's what the police are choosing to spend their money on rather than, drone technology. I would rather see money spent on the ground cameras that can identify license plates and faces and capture better imagery of suspects than this sort of unproven tool. So between the unproven nature of this tool, the fact that it's I think little evidentiary value in the courts, the privacy concerns that I have that are real. I mean, we can be flippant about the fact that we live in a world where we're much more connected and we're being tracked and we're getting ads on our phones and things. And that's all true. But again, I get back to, there's certain places that are domicile that are private and you should be able to be there without the fear of aerial surveillance. And I think people's homes is one of those places, or walking in the middle of maybe a public park. But so I have those concerns. A third really big concern of mine, and I'd welcome when I'm done if the Alderman from the 16th can shed some light on this or wants to weigh in. But the funding concerns. I believe that I've read the agreement. I thought the first agreement made it clear the city's not on the hook financially for this. I trust that the floor substitute, the correct floor substitute, I think it's not before us, further belt and suspenders that point that the city's not on the hook for this. It has indemnification provisions saying that, we're not on I guess persistent surveillance is on the hook for legal fees associated with any litigation stemming from this technology. So I actually think the city is fairly well protected in that respect in this purported contract. My concern is the sort of lack of clarity on how this is being funded. What private sector entity, what foundation is funding this? I know we've heard that the Arnold Foundation is involved, but then they've come back and said, well, no, we're not doing this without city involvement. So it's not clear to me. And there's a lot of references to the funder within the agreement and within the terms of use. And I think we as citizens, I think the people that will be subject to this surveillance are entitled to that information, to know who's going to be paying for this, what organization's paying for this surveillance. And if this is such a good idea and such a worthwhile project, it's interesting to me that the funders won't come forth and say so. I mean, if this is a great project that people want to put their name and their dollars behind, I think they should do so. If this was local philanthropists, if Andy Taylor decided tomorrow he wanted to pay for this, I'd probably be much more comfortable with it. I know who he is. I know his track record in the community. And I believe he puts his name on worthwhile projects. That's not what's going on here. We've got the possibility of maybe some group out of Texas wants to pay for this, maybe not. I don't know. That's, I think, a cause for concern. I think that concern also then flows to the independent auditing. If auditing is going to be truly independent, but then paid for by a third party that we don't know, I question the independence of that auditing. And I think that's a critical component to any such persistent surveillance, is having auditing that is unbiased and unfiltered and accurate. And I don't know, I don't have assurances that we're getting that if we're relying on the unknown funder to also pay for the auditing. And lastly, I do have concerns with the contracting processes of the city. And I don't want to get into the minutia. I think the Alderman for the 6th and touched on this, but we're negotiating a contract as a board here and basically putting it in front of the executive branch, which I'm not sure is within our authority to do so. And so it's with these reasons, and I trust that the folks supporting this have the best intentions. I know the Alderman from the 16th does. He's a dear friend, and we're usually in agreement on most things. But this is one that it just doesn't pass the smell test for me. And I talked to a number of constituents, and I will be voting against Board Bill 200. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in opposition to Board Bill 200. I believe a lot of the things that I had written down as notes have been said. One of the things that that I was going to bring up, because it is one of the questions I get a lot from people that are my constituents that say, well, what about the cameras, or what about the cell phones? What about Google Earth? What about Google Maps? And I just want to reiterate the fact that, as the Alderman from the 7th said, that we do have options to opt out of those things. If there were something that happened, a judge would have to sign off in order to be able to allow tracking our phones or issues like that. So that was one of the things I wanted to bring up, that we don't have an option to be out of it. We are being surveyed, whether we like it or not, in our rooftops, in our backyards, anywhere that we may go, we will be surveyed. So that argument about, well, we're being surveyed anyway, I think is, is not a good argument, because we do have options on OnStar, cell phones, Google Earth. You can even go to Google Maps and you can blur out your house if you want. There's an option on there that your house will be blurred out on Google Streets. So, so that's been discussed. It's been discussed. I know I've sat through the entire testimony when this was in public safety, listening to, I believe, over 25 people speaking against the bill. And that was just one event where 25 people showed up during the day to speak in opposition to this. I was also in attendance, the Alderman from the 16th. He had a forum on this in his own neighborhood, and I sat in on that. And it seems that there were, in his own neighborhood, in the own 16th ward, that the majority was opposition to going down this route. Not only for the issues that were brought up, like the fact that this has not been proven, like in Baltimore, that it works. There was a very small increase in solved crimes. The privacy issues, I know I've brought up in the past, and I'll continue to bring up that, there's the discussion of, oh, well, this is absolutely only going to be for use by the police department. But there are articles from Baltimore that says, the title of the article is, as police weigh surveillance programs, the private company at the helm looks to court private clients. The article in it says, Mr. McNutt said, in fact, that he has already made $2 to $3 million off of selling this information to insurance companies. So for us to be able to sit back and say we're going to trust the fact that this is going to be different than what his entire business plan was for this program, that this is going to be a different one, we don't have that guarantee. I'm still kind of going through I believe we do have the new floor substitute up, but I am trying to look through it. I was trying to look through it here because, we spent the first a couple hours looking at the wrong floor substitute. So, I do see that now it says December 31st as the end date instead of the 18 months, December 31st, 22. So I guess we do have the appropriate floor sub in front of us. So, but there's been a few things that, have been said that I think myself and a handful of older people would take exception to, of not being adjacent to these problems of crime. Whether we like it or not, we're all adjacent to these crimes. We all live with what happens in North City, what happens in South City, what happens in the West Side. We all live with these consequences. And I think that the main thing that I think we need to understand here, and that I have been kind of led to understand here, is that while I agree with the Alderman from the 16th that we need to be doing everything we can to figure out what we're going to do to reduce crime in this city. And we've been doing these things, but we have to kind of look at whether we want to approach reducing crime through the public health aspect. Whether we want to reduce our crime issue by investing in the things like cure violence, by investing in our rec centers, by investing in the people, and investing in reducing crime through public health versus reducing it through militarizing our police force and militarizing the approach to crime reduction. And that's what, when I look at this, I see two different approaches here. We all want to make St. Louis safer. I've been working the last 2 days on a young 17-year-old, trying to get him buried with his family. This affects all of us. I want nothing more than for his family to feel like they've caught the person and there's justice. But there's witnesses, and the witnesses refuse to come forward. Now, what does a spy plane do to make a witness come forward? Nothing. So if the spy plane is, if our aerial surveillance is overhead, and as the alderman from the 16th said, that they're not looking close, it's just a pixel. You know, these pixels, if we're moving them around and then we're trying to target them. Am I still here? I got a whole lot of back. Okay. So we're looking at pixels, and then we have to rely on street cameras to actually identify people. And I think that alderman from the 23rd, when he was speaking, he said, oh, we have red light cameras. Well, it's my understanding that red light cameras were deemed unconstitutional and taken out of the state of Missouri because identifying a face isn't really that easy as it seems. And from my understanding, red light cameras are no longer in place to ticket people for running stop signs or stoplights because you can't truly identify a person and hold it up in court. So now we're going to say that there's pixels above us that are going to track people. Well, what if they track someone into a house and it might not be their house? Is this going to increase no-knock warrants on houses in our neighborhoods? Is this going to increase the going after, unidentified people that we're just following with pixels? So I think there's just so many questions about this technology, about its effectiveness. And again, I would like to try to put as many resources into solving crime. This is going to cost us money in the courts. This is going to cost us money with the police, with a real-time crime center that we can't even staff now. We have a police department that is having trouble rolling out body cameras because we don't have the staffing to keep up with these things. So all of these things of it being, it's not going to cost us anything, I don't believe are arguments that we should be making here. And again, I have a whole lot of things I might come back to later here, but to allow others to speak, I really want to just emphasize, we have two approaches to public safety. Are we going to go through it at looking at public safety as the pandemic it is and look at it through a public health eye, or are we going to militarize our police department more than it already is? And I believe there's a large outcry from people in this city and people all over this nation to demilitarize our police forces. And here we are trying to say, well, let's add one more level of surveillance that is going to take care of us. So I will yield, Mr. President. I thank you for the time. Again, I might come back around later, but let's let someone else speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. As Alderman of the 4th Ward, I'm just now starting to have development coming to my ward. I would love to not have to say that I've had children killed in my ward. While listening to Alderman Davis' report of her victimization, I too have been victimized. Attacked one night while getting out of my car. One car stolen, several cars broken into, hearing gunshots throughout the ward. I shouldn't have to live or move into the county in order to have a safe, clean place to live. Several cars broken into, hearing gunshots. Can you hear me? Can you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did I do something? Okay.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have to live or move into the county in order to have a safe, clean place to live. As a carrier, I delivered all out in Clayton, Ladue, Olivet, Overland, and I saw how they live. And I said, oh, I would love to live. I would love to live in those areas. However, I chose to live in the 4th Ward. I love my community because I see changes taking place that will enhance the conditions that we have here. Now, my question is, if you're not committing the crimes, why should you worry about what's being implemented to help keep our areas safe? Sorry, as soon as I get on. But Mr. President and members of the boards, I hope you consider the people that have the crime in their areas and vote so that we can solve some of these murders, because it's ridiculous, the crime rate that we are faced with. It's ridiculous that some people, they don't hear gunshots. They live safely in their areas. I too would love to be in that situation. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, come live in the 4th Ward so that you can see what we go through. But it's getting better. And I'm in it to win it to the end. Thank you, Mr. President and member of the board. I'm voting yes on this. And I hope that you will do the same and give us some hope towards some normality of living in this city.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Alderwoman. Thank you so much, Alderwoman. Alderwoman from the 12th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given all the electronic devices and cameras that already exist and document our daily lives, I believe this airplane surveillance is an addition to a wide array of resources already on the ground. I stand in support of Board Bill 200 and anticipate the deterrence of crime through the solving of crime. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the full Board of Aldermen.
Thank you, Alderwoman from the 12th. Alderwoman from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. I think, unfortunately, part of the St. Louis experience is crime. It shouldn't have to be, but it is. I don't think that there's a single person on this Board of Aldermen that has not been personally impacted by crime in our community or have a loved one who has been personally impacted by crime in our community. And as the alderman from the 9th, I think so eloquently pointed out, what we have right now is a difference in divergent schools of thought with regard to how we address crime in our city. And I think that equating this debate down to you are either for victims of crime or against victims of crime, whether you support this bill or not, is quite frankly a very disappointing line of reasoning, to say the least. Many of us received, or all of us, I think, received in our inboxes a letter from the Crime Victims Center with regard to Board Bill 200. And, you know, I would think that the Crime Victims Center would care about crime victims. I would think that they have legitimacy when it comes to this issue, and it's a voice that we should listen to. And in this letter, one of the things they say is, at this time, the Crime Victims Center believes that there is not enough evidence in the spy plane program to demonstrate effectiveness with solving crimes. And on behalf of victims and families, we request 1, evidence that such programs are effective, or 2, that the city of St. Louis utilize public and philanthropic funds in an alternative way that has been statistically and methodologically proven as an effective crime deterrent. When the folks who advocate for victims of crime on the street, when they're the ones who are helping folks navigate the criminal justice system to get justice, when they're the folks who are providing the therapy and the mental health services and the follow-up services to support victims of our community have concerns about this, I think we should too. The other thing that the letter does is it asks us to consider a number of questions before voting to implement this bill. You know, the first question is, does this demonstrate ethical practices, including adherence to the US Constitution and efforts to solve crimes? All of us on this board swear an oath to the US Constitution, and privacy rights are created through our US Constitution. The 4th Amendment protects folks from unreasonable searches and seizures. And privacy rights in our country have been very integral in supporting the rights for unmarried people to access birth control when Griswold versus Connecticut was struck down in the courts. And privacy rights also are the underpinning of abortion rights, like Roe versus Wade. And I think we are in a very scary place in our country when we start to be okay eroding those constitutional rights. It also has to be mentioned that this is still being litigated in Baltimore, and this is still in federal court. And one of the reasons it went back to the federal court is because PSS misrepresented what they were doing with this technology and with the data in the original court proceedings. That should raise a lot of alarm bells for us. The other question that they ask is will this work? Will it work with other crime prevention intervention programs in the area? The fact that organizations like the Violence Prevention Council or CJCC or the Crime Victims Center, whose job it is to really advocate for victims, have not been steering this discussion and a part of this conversation, I think demonstrates that we have a lot more work to do in order to engage people in this conversation. The next question is data, video footage, and related information gathered by the spy plane admissible in court? Is there evidentiary precedent? And we really don't know. And there will, the way that this will be tested is through a lot of litigation with our city. Is solving a low number of crimes potentially worth violating city residents' privacy rights? In Baltimore, they can only really point to one homicide that this might have helped to solve. There is a RAND study that is being done right now on that Baltimore data that has not yet become public. And so why we are debating this before even seeing what that data says from that entity, I'm not really sure. Will this program work with surrounding jurisdictions and investigative teams? St. Louis County, to the best of my knowledge, has not been engaged in this, even though the flight path that was shown in committee would go over parts of North County. The county really should be involved in this conversation because will they use the data? Will they coordinate with us on the use of this? We, again, really don't know. Will this program increase tensions with marginalized communities? I mean, we just have to look at the history of surveillance in our country and see that it is marginalized communities who are disproportionately impacted by these over infringements. And that should give us all pause. I do agree that, people are voting with their feet and moving out of the city because of crime. I think that we are also going to see people vote with their feet and move out of the city if this comes to pass. I represent a ward that is in the flight path of 2 hospital systems. I already get a number of nuisance complaints just from the low-flying helicopters that are coming and going, and an Illinois State Trooper Cessna that seems to keep circulating over our city as well. We're going to be, potentially up to 18 hours a day having a low-flying plane over our city, contributing to noise pollution and nuisance issues as well. And will spy planes deter crime or just deter crime in St. Louis City? Again, we don't know. We don't know what the collaboration would look like with other jurisdictions, and we don't know that there is any efficacy of this program whatsoever. The data that we do have speaks to very little efficacy around this. And could this potential spy plane funding be utilized to support solving crimes in other ways? I think that that's a question that should be posed to the Arnold Foundation. They are philanthropists. They heard about this through a Radio Lab show. And that's why they decided to put money behind it. And I listened to that Radio Lab broadcast, and it was pretty disturbing to me. I don't think that we should take it lightly, that this is wartime technology, that this is technology that was used to combat terrorism, and now we're willing to turn it on our own citizens. And that is a very chilling effect. It should have a very chilling effect on us. And so, I would say that we have what I've called before silver bullet project syndrome. Every, snake oil salesman that seems to come into town, telling us that they have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell to us, we seem to fall for. And I think that we can do better than that, and we should do better than that. We would be having, I think, a different conversation today if there was any efficacy to show that this works. But there's really not. And I will just close by saying that this is a reactionary approach to public safety. What we need to be investing in is crime deterrence. We may get lucky and catch somebody after the fact who has committed a crime, but that does not go back and erase that crime that committed. And it does not build trust. And the reason we do not have witnesses coming forward who see crimes is because of lack of trust with our government, lack of trust with police, lack of trust with our judicial system. And until we actually address those issues of trust, we are not going to see a decrease in our crime. And what this will do is it will fray trust. It will make more people hesitant, I think, to locate into our city. And so I would ask that we, follow the lead of organizations like the Crime Victims Center, like the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, like a lot of these grassroots groups, Amnesty International, who came and testified in committee and was just amazed that they would have to testify in the United States against the use of this kind of surveillance technology. I would hope that we would listen to them, and then we would come together and look at proven methods that have been put together in these multiple reports that I think that, I can't remember if it's the Alderwoman from the 6th or the 28th who read those previously, but those are solutions that we should be working toward, because all of us are in agreement that crime is too high in our city, that we need to decrease violent crime. What we disagree with is the way to get there, and what amount of privacy rights or rights of folks in our community we are willing to give up and to sacrifice in order to have safety. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the first. Alderwoman from the first. Saw you for a second. Alderman from the 22nd. We'll come back to the Alderwoman from the first. Alderman from the 22nd. Alderman from, oh, there you go.
Members of the board, we're just sitting here, jotting a lot of notes down about different comments that were made. And I want to first of all start off by saying, hurt people hurt people. There's a lot of trauma in our communities, especially in the African American community. And due to that trauma, people are hurt. And so people do whatever they can to feel good, whether it's right or wrong. People often say, I've heard, poverty is the father of crime. Poverty is the mother of crime. Poverty is the reason we have crime. But poverty is not the only issue as it relates to crime. I would argue and debate that trauma is a big part of that experience. And until we have more programs to help people with these mental health issues, it's going to be a tough problem to solve. Now, we can put, I say that, and I want to qualify, we can put $1 billion into mental health. But if you have somebody that's hurt and they have an addiction, whether it's drugs or alcohol, they have to realize that they need help. You cannot make them or force them to get help. I've heard a lot of reasons why we shouldn't do this, but I haven't heard many conversations about making things better. It seems that we spend more time being against an idea than being for the idea. Sometimes people come up with a great plan and maybe it just need some massaging to make it work in the best interest of everybody. People call this spy planes. Okay, I get that. But I want to go back to the conversation about Ring doorbells and how a Ring doorbell in my mind could be way more intrusive to my privacy than some pixels. I would argue that people don't care what your barbecue pit looks like on your deck, or if you have a lawnmower in your backyard. I would be more concerned about somebody watching me come in and out of my house and who's coming in and out of my house 24/7 than I would a plane that has pixels. The city of St. Louis have probably almost 1,000 cameras throughout the city of St. Louis. Some of them have license plate readers on them. And the police have been able to solve crimes based on license plate readers and license plate readers. And if your car was stolen, certainly you want to have it back. And if that's one tool, a license plate reader that will help get your car back, I would think you would be for that. But I hear most of my colleagues talk about how surveillance is intrusive and it's a violation of their rights. You know, we talk a lot about racial inequalities in the city of St. Louis, and it certainly exists. And when it comes to crime, we find that our justice system is very racist. Somebody that's white walking through my neighborhood in the middle of the night is probably safer than I am. People in my neighborhood have been socially engineered into a mindset that telling on somebody that committed a crime is wrong. But it's a reality because there is retaliation. And I would argue with anybody that if a white person next door to me told that Pookie shot and killed Ray Ray, not much would happen to that white person. But if I told, something would probably happen to me because we've been programmed as Black people. Shut your mouth. That's internalized oppression. So we're dealing with, as Black people, internalized oppression where we almost hate each other or we hurt each other, but we're afraid to hurt white people. You know why? Because if I kill a white woman, I'm probably going to jail for 30 years or more. But if I kill a Black woman, I might be out in 6 to 12. And that is some very root causes of some of our problems in our community. And I know some people don't appreciate me saying this because it's called airing dirty laundry. But in my world, it's a reality. See, white people don't deal with the same stuff that Black people deal with. And I'm not trying to turn this debate into a racial issue, but the facts are the facts. I'm going to go back and challenge some of my colleagues on some stuff I heard that because I'm just not clear on. I'm going to ask if the alderman from the 9th Ward would yield.
Alderman from the 9th Ward, you will yield the question to the alderman from the 22nd.
Sure thing.
Alderman from the 22nd, please proceed.
Alderman, you've made a statement about Mr. McNutt, the gentleman that's part of this surveillance experience. He sold some data for millions of dollars. What type of data was that? Because in my mind, I'm just thinking they have these little pixels. So what kind of data did he make a lot of money off of?
So I'll pull up the article right here. So he is selling it to insurance companies. So it says Ross McNutt, president of Persistent Surveillance Systems, said he is considering marketing his company's ability to collect aerial footage of the city to auto insurance companies to help them determine which drivers are at fault in accidents. So he's selling, what he has stated in this article is that he's selling it to insurance companies.
So I would assume, because I would really probably have to have some conversation with him, that he would be looking at the pixels and behavior and potentially accidents that happen within that certain geography. Is that what it is? And when, how long ago did this come about?
So there's a whole list of, and you were in the public safety hearings that we talked about a lot of these articles. So I'm looking here. That was Baltimore Sun, October 7th, 2016.
2017? Okay.
2016.
Okay. Thank you, Alderman. I'm going to ask if the Alderman from the 8th Ward, if she would yield for a question.
The woman from the 8th will yield the question to the alderman from the 22nd.
Yes, I will. I'm sorry. You caught me mid-snack.
Alderman from the 22nd, please proceed.
That's okay. Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman, I keep hearing the echoes of demilitarizing the police. And someone who has served in the military and, think I understand what that means, military and military force, and somebody who has a family member that's a police officer, what does that look like, demilitarizing the police?
Sure. I think that's a great question. So that was actually something that Alderman Gunther brought up, but I will be happy to talk on it. So police, as the U.S. Foreign Services have been engaged in wars overseas have been recipients of former military technology, former military equipment, as well as former military members themselves that have come back home and as veterans have enrolled in our police departments to serve their communities in that way. And so each of those things has had an effect on how policing is done in the US. So it used to be, you know, someone, well, so I don't know that I could speak to this personally because I grew up in a rural area that had just the state police patrol who was around, and they just had their cars. They didn't have significant technology on their cars. They may or may not, I don't think they even had computers in their cars at the time, but the difference that we're seeing now is things like the body armor, increasing weaponry, increasing surveillance technology, people who are coming back from foreign wars with severe PTSD and not being vetted out and being treated as well as being vetted when they're coming into our police departments. So the things like the Bearcats are the big armored military vehicles that we have in the city of St. Louis. Some of those are offshoots of foreign wars. That technology has come into our cities. It has been used by the St. Louis Police Department. It has been used in Ferguson against civilian protesters who were unarmed as well. And it's really bad on our infrastructure as well. So not only does it create a division between a police department designed to protect and serve, or to serve and protect, and turns it into a military occupation situation. And that hurts trust with police as well.
Right. So let me ask you this. Are you aware that civilians have weapons that are more powerful than what the police have?
I am, and that is why I spoke about our laws coming out of Jefferson City earlier. The weapons on our streets terrify me.
Okay, yeah, me too, especially when you have a loved one that's been killed by one of them. So let me ask you this. So do you think we need a police force?
I think that the police have a valuable role to play in the society that we have right now. But I think we have expanded the things that we have asked police to respond to in ways that they are not necessarily best equipped to respond to. And we're moving away from some of that and sending out social workers and sending out mental health professionals to respond to calls.
And that's certainly moving from a social service standpoint in the right direction. And I'm with that 1,000%. But what you said is we're sending them out there to deal with some things that they're not really properly prepared to deal with. So how do we get them to be properly prepared to deal with a barrage of bullets coming from a semi-automatic weapon, or some of these weapons that you know that they're outgunned by? Because they cannot have those weapons in their possession as they patrol our streets, right?
Right. Yeah, no, that's a great question, and a huge problem is that we're in an arms race with our own citizens because our legislature continues to say that the Second Amendment allows for any type of weapons that anybody could possibly want without a license, without a registration, without training to walk around and carry. So no, I think it's an excellent point to draw the discrepancies between what we are sending police officers out to deal with. But that's why programs like Cure Violence, that are building relationships, that are building trust and trying to intervene before those guns get used against each other or against the police even happen. And I think that's dealing with that trauma that you talked about, is getting to people as they've gotten a weapon because they feel like they need to protect themselves, or they feel like they need to protect their family. And so it continues to escalate until you interrupt that cycle.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, citizens do have these weapons, and I'm concerned, somebody who has a family member that's a police officer, how do I make sure that those police officers are equipped to deal with being attacked or even assassinated by some of these weapons? I mean, we can't possibly think that, this SUV that they drive around in, or they're going to come up against somebody where there's a hostage situation potentially, and they need to save your loved one. Maybe you have a niece or somebody you care about that's being held hostage by one of these criminals. And so the police drive up. Now certainly, we wouldn't expect that they would drive up in a sedan, right?
Well, I mean, I'm sure that you can always come up with a scenario where you would need specialized forces to come in and do something, but we also have SWAT teams, right? We have specialized technical forces to come in when something is that dangerous. And to be honest, the most dangerous situation for a police officer to respond to is a domestic violence call. That's where the majority of police officers get injured or killed.
Right, but so here's where my confusion comes in. When we talk about demilitarizing the police, I don't see in my neighborhood, maybe it happens in your neighborhood, but they're not driving around in tanks, the police in my neighborhood. They're not driving around in armored, vehicles in my neighborhood looking for bad guys on a regular basis. I mean, I only see them in my neighborhood in sedans, SUVs. I mean, do they drive around in armored, these secure vehicles in your neighborhood?
No, we do not. I don't think it's pattern and practice for the SLMPD to put tanks out on the streets.
Okay, and so I'm gonna thank you, Alderwoman, and you brought up a good point. It was really the 9th Ward Alderman that brought this up. So with the Alderman from the 9th Ward yield, again, please.
Alderman from the 9th Ward will yield a question to the Alderman from the 22nd.
Sure.
Thank you, Alderman.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The Alderman from the 8th, out of fairness, that wasn't her comment, it was yours. So do you experience, police patrolling your neighborhood with armored vehicles or, SWAT vehicles on a regular basis? Is that your experience in the 9th Ward?
I do not.
So what is this conversation about demilitarizing the police all about?
I think the Alderwoman from the 8th stated exactly what it is. It's you're having a lot of surplus supplies from armed conflicts overseas that are being put back into our public police areas. And so although I do not see armored vehicles patrolling the streets in the neighborhood, I have been to quite a few protests and quite a few movements throughout the city to where there are definitely not only armored vehicles, but there are also full-on body armored, military weapons deployed against the protests. So, so that's where I'm at.
Right. So I'm going to say this: if we had a police chief that did not require police officers to wear body armor, he'd be foolish and he should be fired immediately because that's not safe. I understand that if there's a huge protest that you may see some SWAT vehicles per se or what have you, but I don't think they're there just to present a negative force. I mean, they could be there to be helpful. The police is an agency that is there to protect people. Now, I do understand that sometimes we have over-aggressive police officers and they handle citizens in a way that is inappropriate. I've been a victim of it, so I know firsthand. But it bothers me when people talk about demilitarizing the police. That just makes no sense to me. When I think about people I really care about protecting and serving our community. And when I live in a community in which people are afraid to speak out for the fear of retaliation, we need tools to help them so that they don't put themselves in harm's way. Let me share some raw data about cameras in the city of St. Louis. I'm just gonna do a roll call on it, and please don't hold me to this because I had a quick meeting with the public safety director to kind of get these numbers. So we're gonna go from Ward 1 to 28. So Ward 1 has about 30 cameras, Ward 2 about 43, Ward 3 about 23, Ward 4 about 31, Ward 5 about 47, Ward 6 about 46, Ward 7 about 209, Ward 8, which must be one of the most safest wards, has about 6, Ward 9 has 33, Ward 10 has 14, Ward 11, which got to be the safest, it has 0. Ward 12, about 3. Ward 13 is 8. Ward 14 is about 28. Ward 15 is about 13. Ward 16 is about 11. Ward 17 is about 273. Ward 18 is 22. Ward 19 is about 136. Ward 20 is 19. Ward 21 is about 23. Ward 22, yours truly, is about 51. Ward 23 is 19. Ward 24 is about 14. Ward 25 is 27. Ward 26 about 69. Ward 27 is about 29. Ward 28 comes in first place. No, I'm second place with 223 cameras. Now, knowing that information, I want to know who is willing to give their cameras up. Because my constituents are begging me for cameras because they are afraid to tell, because they are fearful of retaliation. I wonder who would be interested in giving their cameras up. With the Alderman from the 7th Ward yield, Mr. President.
Alderman from the 7th will yield the question to the Alderman from 22nd.
Yes.
Alderman from 22nd, please proceed.
Thank you, Alderman. Could you give us an example of the demographics of your ward? You know, black and white, Hispanics, Asian, just a raw number.
The demographic breakdown based on last census data, and I don't have it in front of me, but I think the ward's about 70% white, 30% black.
Okay. And you heard the number I read out about did that surprise you?
I actually didn't hear my ward. I was trying to jot some of those down. Do you mind repeating it?
209.
Oh, okay.
209. And I'm assuming the majority of them are business, districts that tie into the real crime center. But would you be willing to, the ones that you pay for with public funds, would you be willing to transfer them to maybe the 22nd Ward?
No.
Really?
I'll keep the cameras that we've paid for in the 7th Ward. I believe probably the vast majority of those are downtown, but no, we'll keep them.
Okay, but do you think the cameras are helpful?
I do. I believe if you listened to my comments earlier, Alderman, I think I referenced that I think these kinds of funds would be much better spent on the ground cameras than aerial surveillance.
So let me ask you this. What is the anxiety about aerial surveillance? And I heard you saying something about looking in my backyard, but a pixel is not going to pick up your $2,000 barbecue pit.
I wish I had a $2,000 barbecue pit. Alderman, and I talked about this. It's a trade-off, and frankly, maybe it's a value judgment on my part, but this type of surveillance, constant surveillance in the air, is not something I'm comfortable with. Looking into people's yards, even if it's pixelated. It's not pixelated. It can still, track vehicles and track people's movements, even with being pixelated. And frankly, I'm not comfortable with it.
Now, I think I heard you say phones, we have a right, they can track you on your phones and all that stuff, but you have a right to opt out, right?
Right. Much like your Ring doorbell analogy. No one's making you have a Ring doorbell on your house.
Right. But are you aware that potentially if the FBI thought you committed a crime, they can go into your phone over so many days and figure out where you might have been and where you've traveled?
Yes, Alderman. I'm familiar with the tracking capabilities and law enforcement's ability to track a phone. And again, I choose to carry the phone. If I was thinking about committing a crime, I probably would do so without a cell phone on me.
Now let me ask you, would you agree that most Americans, don't have a problem with their cell phone and with the understanding that technology exists to track them?
I agree. Yeah, I guess most Americans have cell phones and probably have, various geolocation apps enabled, and yeah, they're willing to trade that privacy.
Yeah, and probably most people in your ward probably have cell phones, right?
Yeah, I'm willing to wager most people in your ward have cell phones as well, but I would say most people in my ward, don't have aerial drones spying on their neighbors.
Gotcha. I agree. It hasn't happened yet. And the conversation, Alderman, I keep hearing is this unproven, we don't know. And we look at Baltimore and we look at maybe somewhere else and we can find the reasons not to do it, right?
Yeah, no, Alderman, I get it, and it's not a vote I'm taking lightly. And I'm not one that usually is just a obstructionist voting no, because it's the popular thing to do. This is something I've made a decision that I'm really not comfortable supporting. And I've talked to a number of constituents I trust, and they feel the same way. I just think, for the amount of money that this could potentially cost, and I get it's not the city's money. I think, as you mentioned, on the ground cameras that you'd like to have more of in your ward, I think would be a much more worthwhile endeavor.
Okay, sure. And I'm certainly not gonna, fall on the floor and bump my head and scream and holler because you voted no. So I appreciate you taking that. I'm gonna ask the Alderwoman from the 15th if she would yield.
Alderwoman from the 15th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 22nd.
Sure.
Alderman from the 22nd, please proceed.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Now, you recently received your doctorate, right?
Sorry, your audio went out for a second there.
You recently received your doctorate, a PhD, right?
I officially will have my diploma in March, but yes.
And it took a lot of hard work, right?
It did.
A lot of research, right?
Yes, it did.
And you probably could not have defended your dissertation without some good data.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And so when we're trying to evaluate programs, I remember when you first came down to the Board of Aldermen, and I have a lot of respect for your intelligence and the work that you did and have done in the field of education. And you talk about rubrics and how you guys evaluated educational programs, right?
Correct.
And that took some really good data, right? It wasn't like you just looked at just a few situations, right?
Correct.
So if we're going to evaluate whether or not that aerial surveillance may, produce a high level of efficacy, to help us minimize crime, we have to start somewhere, right?
We do, and there's a study being done right now that is going to be released by RAND Corporation in a couple of weeks with that data. So it seems like we should be waiting for that data and analyzing that data before we jump ourselves.
Right, and so based on your experience and the research you've done on this, how many areas or cities are there, and are they analyzing to come up with whether or not it's an efficient program?
They are analyzing Baltimore's program because that is the one that has had the longest time frame over which they could study.
Right, and so what they're going to do is they're going to evaluate that model that was used in Baltimore and the way they employed the model, right?
Yes.
Okay, so being a researcher, what if there were 10 cities that did this and you looked at whether or not this is a good program? You think that would be helpful?
It could be.
Okay, and so judging St. Louis potential based on one city's potential failures, does that really equate to the fact that we will fail?
I think it gives a very good indication if it's the same program and it's being implemented by the same person in a city that has a lot of similarities to the place where it was done. With the exception of Baltimore, has a lot more street cameras than the city of St. Louis does.
Okay. Thank you, Alderman. Oh, wait a minute. You said you're starting to lose people in your ward because of emergency helicopters going to the hospital. Is that what I heard you say?
I didn't say that I'm losing them. I am saying that I have a lot of complaints that I field about these low-flying helicopters.
Wow, and these are helicopters that's saving people's lives, right?
They are.
Thank you, Alderwoman. I heard the Alderman from the 21st Ward talk about all the emails that he received. Unfortunately, I didn't get 200 emails saying vote no, but I got about 60 something. And of the 67 emails, I believe it was, I did the same thing he did. I went to the voter database of the city of St. Louis, the most current one, and I looked to see where these people live. 6 people of 67 people lived in the city of St. Louis. 6 people of 67 people. See, there are organizations and there are groups that are exceptional at organizing and getting people to send aldermen all kind of letters and emails about stop this and stop that. Most of them don't live in the city. And there are a lot of people that try to dictate and tell us what we should be doing in our communities, the more distressed communities, you know, especially aldermen of color, what we should be doing and give us a hard time on what we're not doing and criticize us because of how horrible our communities look. But not one of them ever say, but you know what? I want to move over there and I want to help you. Not one of them. It is so easy to criticize and demonize and pick apart new ideas. The challenge is doing the work. The problem is we have a crime problem. We have a murder rate that is off the charts. But we don't spend enough time talking about great programs that can help us do that. Those of us who are stressed out and, you know, at our wits' end and, you know, just do something. Because our constituents, that's what they say, you need to do something. They hold us accountable in my neighborhood. They hold me accountable. It's Jeffrey Boyd's fault. All these murders are occurring in Wells Gifford and Hamilton Heights. I've even been accosted by what I would call an ignorant woman who had the audacity to tell me all the murders going on in my ward was my fault. But I thought about it. And I almost got caught up in what she was saying and blamed myself, started blaming myself. And that ain't fair. That ain't fair to me, and it's not fair to my family because it's not my fault. And I have no control over other people's behavior that want to go out here and shoot and kill people. Some people, you want to say aerial surveillance, it's militarizing the police. I sometimes think you guys don't give a damn about the police. You know, the police get criticized more often for trying to do their freaking job than they get celebrated. I hear people say, we're over police, they're over police. That is ridiculous. It sounds sexy, it sounds good. They're over policing us. No, they're not. Because the people I hear from say there are not enough police officers in our neighborhoods. And we continue to hear from the police department, we are down 135 officers. We're down 115 officers. We're down so many officers. We hear it over and over again. But somehow we're being over-policed. I wonder if subconsciously we are telling the criminals it's okay. We are doing a horrible job at solving murders. Forget garage break-ins, car thefts. That's just call the insurance company and file a claim and fix it. But you can't fix a life. Once it's taken from you, it's gone. And I think that it is time that we do something that's hard to do. And I get it. I'm gonna go back to this is election season. And I hate when board bills come up during election season. because people are pandering for votes. People need votes. I don't want to, make these people angry because I want to be reelected. I get it. I understand it. But we need help on the north side. We need help in the communities of color. And we're willing to give up and sacrifice a little bit to get more from our city, to make us feel safe, so that our property values can go up, so that investors and developers will want to come in our neighborhoods and build 20, 30, 40, and 100 homes. We're going to always be stuck in the mud over here because of the privileges people have on the other side of the town. We have to do something different, because what we're doing now, it's not working. It's not working. It's not. If you believe in Ring doorbells and you think area surveillance with pixels is a big deal, and somebody's looking and watching who's coming in and out of your house every day, and you don't have a problem with that, but you have problems with some pixels, I'm perplexed. The only reason I could see is that your back is against the wall, because there's a core constituency that's not for this, because they want to change the world in a good way. And I applaud that and I appreciate that. But we have to have common ground. It can't be all or nothing. We have to really be able to reach across this city and work with each other for the greater good of the city of St. Louis. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman from the 1st.
Mr. President, members of the board, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah,
okay.
We lost you earlier.
All right, thank you. Mr. President, if the Alderman from the 16th would yield, please.
Alderman from the 16th will yield to the Alderman from the 1st. Alderman from the 16th will yield to the Alderman from the 1st.
I will, yes.
Alderman from the 1st, please proceed.
Thank you. Earlier, I heard the Alderwoman from the 6th, I believe, ask you about certain parts of was it the charter of how contracts were entered, or was it the code? I couldn't hear. Was it the charter or the code in which she asked you, were you familiar with how things processed? Do you remember?
I believe it was the charter, Alderwoman.
Okay. And you said you were willing to push the envelope. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
So is it your testimony then that your board bill would be in violation of the charter?
Well, I don't think I'd say that. I'd answer your question by saying many folks knew there would be a serious legal challenge to Obamacare, but people believed it in their hearts and minds that it was the right piece of legislation to put, knowing that it would capture serious legal challenges. And they did so because they believed that health care is a very important right to a human being, and that it should be expanded to all folks, especially the most vulnerable.
So can I stop you? We won't get very far if you try to do that with me, because I'll come right back and zone in on the question I'm asking you. So you can go and do all that false narrative comparison. It will not get you any place with me. I will keep asking you the same question. So what part of the charter is there some concern about?
I'm not sure. I think you'd have to direct that question to the Alderman from the 6th.
Well, I thought you're the one saying, yeah, you knew that it was some problems and that you were going to push the envelopes. So then what problems were you concerned with enough that you would say you would push the envelope? So I asked you if that's violating the charter. You gave me that whole Obama comparison, which I think is a false narrative. And so now I'm asking you, what part were you concerned enough that you would say you were pushing the envelope?
The push the envelope scenario was in a response to not to necessarily the technical language in the charter, but within the spirit of moving through after being asked about opinions or a Q&A that came from the circuit or from the city councilor's office.
And what was the city councilor, did the city councilor have some concern about this board bill?
Yeah, he generated a memorandum that I think was sent to everybody. I don't know if you got a copy, did you?
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
But I will say, since all the board bills go through my committee, sometimes I might miss something. I'll go back and try to get it. Can you tell me what his concerns were?
Yeah, the upshot, I think he said, was that even though it's a no-cost contract, the Board of Aldermen can't enact an ordinance, attach a contract to it, and get it passed, and directing a city division to adhere to it or execute it. He further went on to say that the power rests with the mayor and the executive to do such process, which I respond to. I'm not at all surprised that the mayor's attorney thinks that the mayor has the sole power to do any contracting.
Well, I will first stop you. The city councilor is not the mayor's attorney. That's the first thing you need to know. City councilor is our attorney and many other departments. It is not the mayor's attorney. And in fact, I've had Michael Garvin say it many times on record when he gets before me. And I always ask him, that's one of the questions I ask him. And he always laughs because he knows I'm going to ask him that. The city councilor is not the mayor's attorney. In fact, there's a Supreme Court case that goes all the way up to the president of the United States when Bill Clinton was the president, trying to claim some kind of privilege between some federal attorneys, and the Supreme Court told him those attorneys do not work for him. They work for the federal government. It went down to the state and the local level. So city councilors are not the mayor's attorney. So I want to get that straight, okay? So did you get any other opposing opinions to what Mr. Garvin had said as relates to how we could get contracts done, or if it was something solely for the mayor? Do you have a different opinion, legal opinion?
Well, I don't know if what Mr. Garvin supplied actually rises to the level of a legal opinion. It was an answer of 16 questions that I think the alderwoman from the 6th posed to him. I mean,
okay, I did get that. I'm sorry, I got that.
Okay, I think that's what folks are referring to as an opinion. So I will defer to you, Alderwoman, from a legal matter, if you think that rises to the level of a legal opinion.
No, it isn't. So in fact, people, when you ask them city councilor questions, but there is something that is an actual legal opinion, but that's not it. Okay, did you get an opinion from another attorney?
I did not.
That said something different. Okay. So I'm kind of trying to figure out this whole, I heard some talk about funding, and I've been having trouble with my video, went off several times. Is there a problem with who's funding this particular operation?
Is there a problem? Alderwoman, honestly,
yes.
I don't know, because I've always put the onus on the contractor or vendor who said we have relationships with private foundation enterprises that would look to fund this. So I've always taken that as well. We'll try to deliver a city contract, and you show up with the money and execute on it with the police department.
So we don't know right now who would be funding the contract?
We do not know that.
Oh, well, I'll give you an example. When the mayor was a city alderman, and when I first came back here, we got Soldiers Memorial done. And I sat on a committee, Convention and Tourism, I think, and she did not want to tell us who was funding it. It was a secret. I will tell you, that didn't go. And she had to tell us who was funding it. I cannot go and tell my people I voted for something. And my question, I said, could it be the KKK? Now, that was extreme, but that was to say, I cannot explain to the community that I represent who is funding something if I don't know. I don't like those secret things. The whole thing about working for the people is transparency. So why wouldn't they tell you who they were going to bring before us, because you're asking me to vote for something with some blanks and question marks in it. And one of them is important about who is funding it. Is it the Communist Party? Is it Putin? Who funds it makes all the difference in the world to me. So I don't understand why you are comfortable with that.
Alderwoman, I mean, you know, as a matter of law, more than anyone, that if a resource or funding doesn't come available to the way a contract or an agreement is written, then the contract or the agreement doesn't take shape, doesn't take hold. We've done this, and maybe I think you might have voted to the contrary, but I think an analogy here is that when we were voting on MLS for the first time around, and the soccer, we were in an attempt to attract them. So we said, we will pass all these incentives. We don't know where the heck the financing is going to come from, who's going to be funding this, but we're going to pass it in anticipation of such. Now, you have the defense here, Alderwoman, and you're perfectly, right in your line of questioning, but I would argue that analogy is no different. We were setting the city up for something that would then provide potential funders who we wouldn't know where it would be coming from. And the board passed those bills.
And the board, then the citizen says, we don't like that. And that's why you talk about the first time, because the citizens didn't like it. I've been around for a lot of these. I was around for the football stadium that now sits empty due to one of the very things I argued for several hours about, why would you leave this loophole? And everybody said, oh, they will never take that loophole. That's exactly the loophole, because your kid would take that loophole, which was, if your stadium is not up to par at a certain level, then we would have to fix it up to that level. Well, that's like your kid saying to you about an iPhone. I got an iPhone, but I'll tell you what, kid, in 5 years, if your iPhone is not the top level iPhone, I'm going to get you another one. You might as well go in your pocket right now and get one. So I think it is bad legislation, is bad practice that we would bring something before us and pass it out and don't know who's going to be behind it. And then we find out all these different secretive people who are sponsoring things. So I don't like that. It's not personal. It's not, even if I agree with something that's going on, I just think that's bad practice. And I like transparency in government so that everybody knows what's going on. Okay, so I want to know about this whole process. Because I kept hearing about people in public testimony. As a sponsor, did you seek? I don't recall. Did you seek public testimony or to bring people with you to testify for the board bill? Because I thought at the end I heard you say something about you were going to bring some people. Was that this one or the prior bill?
I think what you're alluding to there is I did make a statement that through folks in the community, I think specifically Cedric Redmond and others and the group protest that there were victims lined up through that apparatus that were going to testify, but in further discussions we decided against that, and the protest, that group decided against bringing family victims in to testify. But we did have Mr. Redmond himself testified in the Public Safety Committee hearing.
Okay, and I see something in here about defense attorneys and public defenders. Did any defense attorneys or public defenders come to testify or write up some kind of support of this board bill?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did any police write up something or testify in support of this board bill? I think I saw something from the public safety director and the police chief. Is that what I saw? Because I got a lot of stuff coming at me.
No, nothing public from them. The only thing I remember publicly from both the chief and the public safety director was a letter a couple weeks ago asking this board not to approve Board Bill 95. That was the last public statement I saw from them. I did speak with both of them, though, before I started this process.
Okay. But they didn't make a public statement about support or not support. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I read here that 76% of Baltimore people, residents of Baltimore that responded were in support. Do you know what 76% of 5 is a very different number than 76% 6% of 5,000, do you know how many people responded to the survey?
I do not. That came through, I could probably find out. I think that was through a survey that was conducted by the University of Baltimore.
Okay. And what other places, I know that it's in place in Baltimore, what other places in the United States is this particular program in place?
Currently nowhere else in the United States is it in place.
Is it true that, I heard some other testimony that they were, is it true to your knowledge that there is problems with Baltimore and that it's being taken back to court?
I'm aware that an in-bank appeal is in process with the Federal Court of Appeals in the Fourth Circuit of Maryland.
Okay. And how much is this contract?
Well, it's a $0 cost. Are you asking how much the scope of services would be for that the
Yes.
private funder would pay?
Yes.
I mean, it's hard depending on where the exact scope of services lands, but somewhere between $7 and $11 million a year, probably.
$7 to $11 million, but you say it's $0 cost.
Well, it's $0
What would
cost
this,
to the city. $0 cost to the city. That would be.
and what would the $7 to $11 million come from?
Well, that would come from the funder.
And would the funder have access to the data that was collected?
No, no.
And who would have access to
the? They would be presented with the information on the success of it through the independent auditors and independent evaluators that we built into the contract.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I had to turn my phone up. Could you repeat yourself, please?
Absolutely. They would be privy to the same data that would be public by the independent evaluators or auditors who would be determining the efficacy or the success rate of the program.
Okay, and what about any other data? Is there data that's going to be collected that's unintended consequences? And what happens to that?
I'm sorry, Alderman, can you repeat that?
Now I'm not going to say Alderwoman because I knew you didn't mean anything by it, but next time I'll say, okay, Alderwoman.
I apologize, Alderwoman. I did not mean
okay. I know. I'm just teasing a little bit now. I said, is there any unintended consequence of any data that will be collected that maybe is not supposed to be collected? And then what happens to that data?
So through an unintended consequences, I'm not sure what specific data you might be referring to that shouldn't be collected is collected, but that data is destroyed after 45 days. And if there is a breach in the data, in other words, PSS is collecting inappropriate data that's not authorized after a police statement is issued for them to view, then the city would press its rights and remedies throughout the contract to terminate it if they wanted.
Okay, and what data? So I heard the Alderman from the 22nd talking about pixels. What data? So I want to hear from you. What data would be collected, or what are you expecting to be collected?
These will be pictures of low resolution of movement of cars and individuals somewhere between 4,000 and 10,000 feet above us in the air.
4,000 to 10,000 feet above. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard the Alderman from the 23rd, I think it was, talk about Google Earth and how people now you can see what's going on. I think that when Google first came out, people did not understand how invasive Google was, and other apps that came out. And one of the things that I know that has to happen now often is that applications that use any kind of intrusive kind of things like that, when you go to use them, they will make you sign an agreement before you can use them saying you agree. So you have to actually agree. You're not just giving up your rights. And this is the right that everybody's talking about. The Alderwoman from the 15th kind of spoke to it. I want to read it. It's Amendment 4. And it's very important to me, as well as other amendments, because for many, many years, Black people didn't have any rights under the Constitution, or very limited rights. We had to, myself, I had to have 2 amendments to be able to vote. And that, so letting Blacks vote didn't let women vote. So I had to have an amendment to the Constitution for Blacks to vote, and then another one for women. So that's where I'm the only creature here, or a person here at this board, and all other Black women had to have 2 amendments to vote. And Amendment 4 says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, paper, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. Now, this was written many, many years ago at a time when there is no way that people actually thought that there would be spy planes. I don't think they can even imagine that. In fact, when I moved in my house, we didn't have cell phones. So things move along. One of the great things about the Constitution, it is ever evolving. So what it is that people have a right to privacy in their home. So what I heard the alderman from the 7th and other alder people speak to was, it made them nervous and uncomfortable that somebody was going to be flying over their homes and invading their privacy, be it noise, be it getting too close so that you're taking your pictures that are too familiar, or and I'll give the example of stars. I have always thought that movie stars in their backyard, somebody with a long lens camera, they ought to be able to sue the you-know-what out of people, because you have a right to go into your backyard and be in your bathing suit and somebody not be taking pictures of you. That is an invasion of privacy. In fact, as I recall, in the state of Missouri, it used to be you could only shoot people if they were breaking into your house. And then thanks to a Republican governor, which I disagree with, it expanded out to your yard, that you had a right to defend your yard. So for me, I don't want anybody getting close enough or accidentally or unwarranted taking pictures that right now people are saying, oh, well, that'll be okay. The police is going to use it. They're not going to get too close. I don't find that comforting anymore. I used to. I was a police person for many, many years until I went to the public defender's office. And that was an eye opener for me because I got to see not what somebody told me, but what I saw. My first 3 cases were the police not making mistakes. They were lying. I couldn't understand why they were not being prosecuted for perjury. Except for then I learned what the high bar for the police for perjury is. But today I can take you to a spot in Alderman Boyd's ward. That's one of my first 3 cases that if I take you there, even no matter how much of a police officer lover you were, you would have to say these police were lying. So that was something eye-opening to me, who grew up down the street from the police, right down the street from Andy Rice, actually. We grew up not too far from each other in Central Illinois, and not that far from Heather, okay, in Navarre. We all grew up in the same area. That was life-changing for me to find out that the police didn't always do what they were supposed to, because I grew up that if anything happened, you go to the police. I didn't have bad interaction with the police. I grew up in a working class community, and Officer Joe was our friend. When I met my husband, who's from St. Louis, he had much of the same experience, because the Alderwoman from the 19th was talking about how the police used to be in your community and they knew you. That was community policing, and that worked. But ever since I came down here in 1991, the police have gotten further and further away from community policing. And so that bothers my community. My community said, we don't want that. We don't want you to go to these super stations, but they did anyway. Then we don't want you to get larger districts, but they did anyway. So everything that my community said, and it wasn't just mine, white aldermen were saying the same thing, but the police just went ahead and did whatever they wanted to do. And has not been a good fit for our community. And I would go on to say that I heard somebody say about that the Black people will not, the alderman from the 22nd talked about Black people not telling. That is not my experience. My experience is that my community will tell on you in a minute. They will call me. In fact, I've had conversations with, I want to say I've served with 6 police chiefs, Sheets, Harmon, Henderson, oh God, another one. I've served with 5 or 6 police chiefs. And one of the conversations we always have is that, well, Alderman, why do they call and tell you? Well, they will tell me stuff because they trust me. They don't trust the police because the police go to their front doors and scare them. If you're telling on your neighbor, one thing you do not want to happen is the police to go straight to your front door. So this thing in characterization of Black people won't tell, yes, they will. But if you're going to bring up Black people not telling, we all know that which is called the thin blue line. If you're going to blame Black people for not talking to the police, let's talk about the police who are my friends will tell me, oh, I can't do that. Because if I do that, I'll be in trouble with the police. And I always tell the police, do not ask my neighbor down the street to do something that you're scared of. If you're scared of your own police force and the people who you serve with, that if you give them up, and I know people who have told on police officers, and they have been all but ostracized. They've been told they would not be protected. So let's not have that false narrative of that Black people won't, no Black people will tell, because a lot of them will. And they do it at a big risk if it's somebody that's down the street from them. So that has just not been my experience. I heard somebody talk about crime and poverty. People think you can police crime and poverty and it'll go away. Poverty is something that is because of racism and unfair distribution of the resources. Behind all of it, if you were fair with the resources, I'm talking from the public schools to the redlining of the housing. I have lived in the Central Quarter, South St. Louis, and North St. Louis. I lived in the 8th Ward, actually, when I was in law school. And when I moved to where I live now, I live in a much more middle-class neighborhood than where I lived. I park in a garage every day. I don't even park my car on the street just because you don't have to deal with street cleaning or anything else. But my insurance went up $300. I always remember that. It's in '86. And I was like, why is my insurance going up? Because, look, I'm in a house with everybody on here got 2 or 3 or 4 garages, and I park in the garage. But where I used to live in the 8th Ward, people would barrel down Clem and hit your car because you had to park on the street. But because of redlining, I pay and my neighbors pay a premium to live in North St. Louis. And that's not fair. It is not fair. So when we talk about all the crime and stuff like that, you're not going to police crime and you're not going to police poverty away. When young people talk about defund the police, and I said this before, for me, I hear redistribute the money. I complain profusely to the public safety director and the police chief, both of which are from my neighborhood and my community, about my lack of policing. That ever since Sam Dotson thought it was okay to change the way the police was done and we used to have the 6th, 7th, and 8th district, all of which are represented. And then now I'm on the tail end of the 5th district, we never see the police. Even though I live a few blocks from the public safety director, we've never seen the police. And even though the police chief grew up in my ward, we don't see the police. But if I drive down Euclid and get to the corner of Maryland, there's the police, 5th district, all the time. And I was told by the police chief that, oh, there's the South St. Louis Alderman says the same thing. The reason they're saying the same thing is because we're not getting police. And I don't want to wait for it to be a murder. And that's how you scare people. You make crime so bad that people say, well, I'll just vote for this, even though they're not getting any benefit for it. And the fact that I've seen with this city is that the city is okay with increasing, having bond revenues and doing all of this thing, and then don't give the people the police. So they're frantic not to leave their neighborhoods in my community because they own their own houses. And they've experienced racism from this racist redistricting, and they stayed. I had to beg them to stay. But they are frantic just to see the police up every once in a while, and they're not asking for people to fly over. I had a Zoom meeting last night with one of my neighborhoods. The first thing that was asked is, Alderwoman, you not for that spy stuff? No, I'm not for it. And we went through it, and we didn't just name it the spy thing, but we actually went through it and talked about what people's concerns are. And what we have is an older generation that has been very aware of the police spying on Black people. The Black Panthers, I'm going to use them. We can get rid of the Black Panthers who had programs that fed people. We still use the Black Panthers program about feeding people and WIC and things, but they were targeted as an enemy combatant. But the KKK and all these white supremacists, 2 weeks ago, they were on our Capitol steps. No, I'm sorry. No, they weren't. They were inside our Capitol. Now, if that were Black people, we'd have been on the stairs dead. But that is the reason why people are scared and leaving. It's because we're not getting fair services. And there's always this narrative false that they're not Black, middle, and upper income Black people in North St. Louis. And we had neighborhoods that all white people tore up and 5 Negroes. All white people and 5 Negroes. We got rid of all of them but one. Okay, so when you have somebody that's successful in North St. Louis, it's not that white people come and say, oh, this is successful. Let's use this as an example of what we can do. We say tear that up and put it in the places that are not successful. And then all I hear is, oh, poor North St. Louis, everything is crime, everything is horrible. No. This is planned. This is planned. It's from the Team 4 plan that has been implemented all these years. It's from closing our schools. We don't do tax abatement in North St. Louis that much. We don't do TIFs. I'm not saying we don't do any, but it was meant for a lot of North St. Louis. But where the tax abatement and TIF goes, when they get ready to close the schools, they don't close the schools for the people who have done all the tax abatement and TIF. Now, that shouldn't be a direct correlation. So there's no problem with them just keep pushing TIFs, tax abatements, everything, because they don't have any repercussion. And then when we say don't close our schools, well, what are we supposed to do? You're supposed to come up with a better plan. So if the plan is to run a plane across my backyard, I don't want it. My community don't want it. Now, the alderman from the 21st Ward said that his community wants it. I got a good idea. Put it over there across the 21st Ward, and let's see if those people really do like it. I've represented a great majority of his community, and he knows that, a good portion of it, and that's not what I've heard from them. But that doesn't mean that I've heard from all of his community. But I'm saying all you people who want it and you're voting for it, I wish they'd put it in your backyards. But I don't want it in my backyard. I don't want to have to deal with it. I don't want to have to feel like that I'm being violated. I want my privacy at my house. Someone brought up a Ring doorbell, intrusive. Alderman from the 22nd Ward said it's intrusive. It is not intrusive. It is on your house. You have no right to privacy in public. That's why the Alderman from the 7th said he doesn't have a problem with them being out on street cameras. You have no right to privacy. I don't really like those that much. I don't want people to be able to trail everything that I do, where I drive, but I understand that is something that I don't have a right. A Ring doorbell, those people walking up and down the street have no right to privacy. If they come on your property, they really do not have a right to privacy. And so, and you have to agree to the terms of not only Ring doorbell, you have to agree to the terms for any of those cameras that you use. So to then somehow say, well, to equate Ring doorbell as being more intrusive than a spy plane, it is not. It is something that you have agreed to. And unfortunately, as a citizen, as you step out your door, it's been determined legally you don't have a right to privacy. I would love to see that pulled in. When our great forefathers wrote the Constitution, they had come from a oppressive society. They had taxation without representation. It wasn't perfect, but they wrote a really good document called the Constitution, and it's been evolving, and it has protected people's rights, and so that's great that we have that. So when I heard somebody say, well, if you don't have anything to hide, why wouldn't you want it? because it's my right to have privacy. The same way that you get to be Mirandized if you get the police stop you, the same way that you get to have the right to remain silent, that you have an attorney. These are all things that are for your protection. It doesn't mean you've done anything. And I can't think of a more pertinent example, only it wasn't the police, but it was the young man who, the young white lady, I'm sorry, she said she was Puerto Rican, accused him of stealing the phone. And he said, no, this is not my phone. And then I heard all these white people online going, well, why didn't she just show him the phone? Because he doesn't have to. Because it's his right not to show the phone. That's his right, not only to her, but also to the police. Because we want to reserve our rights to our privacy and not to be falsely accused. And she wasn't even the police. But if it were the police, they had no right, they had no search warrant. And then it came out he didn't have it. That's why many times when I first got on the board and I left the public defender's office, and especially when I saw the Michael Brown thing, I never believed Darren Wilson. And I'll tell you why I didn't believe Darren Wilson from the beginning, because it has been my experience in all these years of young black kids. When the police stop the young black kids, they put them on the corner and they spread eagle. This is a thing that they do all the time. And I would stop and look, and they would say, what are you doing? And I said, I'm probably going to be their lawyer, so I'm going to stay right here and watch, because I want people to have their rights. I don't want anybody to give up their rights. If you see many of the defense attorneys that go around here, they will tell you, shh, be quiet. If you want to walk, don't talk. Many people will say, well, why wouldn't you talk? Because the police beat confessions out of people, because they misconstrue things, that they get juveniles, and it's all of these things that are a violation. We are trying to be a nation that protects our people. The Alderman from the 8th talked about, I think it was her that talked about, or maybe it was the 15th, our police are supposed to protect and serve, or serve and protect. But not too many years ago, we had the police pepper spraying and macing our community. We actually had the police, because the protesters, now they're protesting, they pay your bills. So the protesters out there, whose streets, our streets. The police came back like a police state, whose streets, our streets. And the person who wanted to be the police chief, instead of saying shame on them, bragged about, yeah, those are our streets. I passed a resolution with almost all members of the Board of Aldermen signing on, condemning it and saying, bring the police chief over here to explain. Because that thing about blue lives, there are no blue lives. There are white lives, there are black lives, there are brown lives. Blue lives, the police are, they are not blue. They do not have a lie. But for the police to be out there, our own very own police, macing people, spraying people, violating people's rights because they are peacefully protesting is wrong. And I hear people saying, oh, well, the police have to have all this stuff because the criminals have things that are very, they got big guns, which the Republicans let them have. Since I've been here, we begged the Republicans, do not let us have all those guns in the city. This is going to be a reason for the police to say, this is what we told them. They're going to say, I had to kill them because I feared for my life. But I found out the police don't really fear for their life, because we can have people who are insurrectionists up in our Capitol, breaking in, using flags, bringing the the Confederate flag, which is the flag of losers, into and breaking our Capitol windows and going on our floor. And I cried when I watched that. I cried because I had flashbacks of when we did redistricting. You all don't know this because you all weren't here. They filled our chambers. The people were mad. 500-700 people. They were in our chambers. They were on our floors. We had to shut down. They were mad because people had come to a church in my community that was filled up, and they were talking violence. So we ended up ending for that summer, and they then snuck redistricting back in December and did it real fast, and just pushed it through because the people didn't like it, and they were upset about it. But I spent the summer tapping down and talking to people about that we could not do violence. that that was not the way to do. Because I really do believe that there's another way to do things, that you fight back, but it is not with violence unless you have to do that to protect somebody's life. So that, when I saw those people going on the Capitol floor, that was hard for me.
Hey, Alderman,
Okay.
if you,
Yes.
you have to get back to the spot, to the area surveillance bit.
Well, I'm sorry, y'all, Mr. President, but there were so many things that was addressed. I wrote them down. Okay, so I hear you. If they wouldn't have brought them up, I wrote them down. Okay, so I will get back. But I just want to say this. So I think we have used, I heard the Alderman from the 22nd talking about demilitarizing the police and what does that mean? I differ with people. The good thing about the military, they have laws about if you can do certain things. They have laws about if you can't shoot people in the back, even your enemy, if the people have their hands up. I'm coming from a military family, so I trust the military on many things more than I do the police at this point, because they do have laws. And with the police, we have shifted the burden of who's taking the risk of being killed from them to Black people. They can use any chance they want to say, oh, I fear for my life. So one of the reasons I do not want to give spy planes and people to be flying over my community is because not only do I not trust an unknown person, I also do not trust the police with this information. I don't trust them to do the right thing. I don't trust them to even be right with their own. I don't trust them to be right with their own people they're supposed to protect and serve. They've beaten up Black policemen. They are in court now. We pay. Why does my video keep? We pay millions and millions of dollars for things that the police do wrong. And then you come in here and say, trust the police and trust an unknown person. No, I do not. I live in the middle of North St. Louis. I know that it doesn't have to be the way people always perpetrate or protect. That they send out or say that how North St. Louis is all crime. That is because we are being treated unfairly. And this money, or whatever money that these people would put them in cameras that around the community. Put them over the 16th ward, put them over the 4th ward if she wants to, put them over the 21st ward, but do not put them over the 1st ward. Do not violate my rights. Do not violate my right to my own privacy. Do not violate my constitutional right to privacy. And I haven't done anything wrong except for I don't have to. Please remember, people are innocent until proven guilty. When you start saying that stuff about, well, if you haven't done anything wrong, why do you care? You're making them be guilty, and then they got to prove their innocence. That is not our Constitution, and this is too invasive. It is not a good idea. It's secretive. I can't believe I didn't know that we didn't know who was going to be sponsored, who's going to get this money to us. Why would we ever want a contract that we don't know where the money is coming from? And I don't like a process in which we don't have the city councilor, we don't have any other people who have problems with this come before and tell us. And then I also like a process where the opposite said, well, the city councilor is wrong. Let me tell you why. I don't like processes like this that are rushed. And then I will end by saying, I live in North St. Louis. I represent North St. Louis longer than any Black person on this board of aldermen. I came back after I was cheated. So, and I do understand about people telling us what to do. But by the same token, the alderman from the 16th most certainly doesn't live in North St. Louis, and he's telling us what to do. So let's not cherry pick about which white people can say they agree with something and which white people cannot. If the people who are opposed to this, who are white, can't say anything, then why is the alderman from the 16th, who is white, sponsoring something to tell me what a good thing this is for my community? That's cherry picking. I try to be very fair. This is a bad idea. And I don't know if there's any lawyer on this board that's supporting that. And that might have to do with that we understand our legal responsibilities. And that's why I'm the only Black lawyer down here, but there are several white lawyers down here. And there's a reason why they're not supporting it. and because we are skating very close to violating people's constitutional rights if we're not outright doing it. And with that, I thank you, and I ask you to continue to oppose this legislation, and I'm going to ask for a roll call.
All right. Alderwoman from the 8th. Okay. Alderwoman from the 6th.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you? I did not realize that I was. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
So I just wanted to add on a little bit to some of the questions that were asked of me earlier, that there needs to be some clarification around how these planes would be used. We've seen a map of 3 different squares over the city of St. Louis. We've been told that they will just be circling just to record data, and then that data is going to go back later to be analyzed. Not that the planes are going to be responsive to an immediate call the same way that the real-time crime center is. So when they're around how these planes will be used.
Alderman
You're breaking up.
Just be circling just to record data. And then that data is going to go back later to be analyzed. Not that the planes are going to be responsive to an immediate call the same way that the real-time crime center
at the moment.
So when there we go. Okay, great.
There you go. There you go.
Just that this technology is not designed to be an immediate response. It's not designed to swoop a plane over to a direction and then follow the car as it leaves an active scene. It's designed to be persistently surveilling. And if we're not tied into the real-time crime center, I'm not sure how it's going to work as it did in Baltimore, that sometimes those calls were made to the surveillance plane to then try to track someone. So there's clarification needed now that the real-time crime center is being removed from the process here. Another thing I want to say is that this has been tried in multiple cities in the United States, and none of them have continued the program for lack of effectiveness. We don't have data showing that this is effective, and I think it's false to promise people that this is going to work, that this is going to be the thing that solves violent crime in our city. And when we talk about building community, building accountability, we need to admit that technology like this has false conviction rates as well, where, if it's just a pixel and we're not tying it to on the ground cameras and we don't have a face to identify with it. Part of what was wrong with the red light cameras is that they were misidentifying. The wrong person was getting the ticket for who was in the car. And if we're not able to accurately identify who these planes are tracking, then we have a problem of false conviction. We already know that facial recognition technology itself is racist, that it misidentifies women and people of color more often than it does white folks. And we know that people of color are more often falsely accused of crimes, need more defense. The more data we continue to pile on top, the more data we have to give defense attorneys and public defenders the opportunity to access to defend their clients in a court of law. And that is, we're talking hours and hours of footage that both our circuit attorney and defense attorneys will have to get through in order to defend their client or to prosecute a crime. And so there are real concerns about using technology in this way. It's not a quick fix. It actually layers barrier on barrier to actually getting what we need to do here. And what we know does work is relationships, is community, is cure violence, moving in and speaking to people on the ground where they live. It's people speaking to each other as neighbors. And, like Sal Martinez spoke at our hearing on cure violence, watching the young kid with a giant gun down the street, but trying to get him a job, right? Deterring that violent activity into getting a job. Those are the things that work to tamp down on violent crime in our cities. That builds relationship, that builds trust, not layers upon layers of surveillance technology. So I just want to thank everyone for speaking and wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to add on to those questions asked earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify, since there was a conversation about the legal opinion that I received from Michael Garvin. I did not call Mike Garvin and ask him to shoot the breeze at a neighborhood bar with me to talk about his thoughts on Board Bill 200. I sent him an email. I asked for a legal opinion. What he returned to me was a legal opinion. He never said otherwise. And because I'm not an attorney, even though I consider myself a fairly intelligent person who can read pretty well, I wanted to make sure that the things I was reading for the sections of the charter that the Alderman from the 16th is relying on as, you know, where he thinks the procurement process is accurate, indicates things like the president of the Board of Public Service is authorized to enter into contracts for professional services. There's not any other entity or individual who is in charge of that. It also, as many of us are familiar with, requires a committee that's appointed by a number of various city officials. And that process is something that we do with RFPs all the time. In addition, if you look at the definition of professional services under the Missouri Revised Statutes, it includes things like accountants, engineers, attorneys, podiatrists, you know, a number of other types of professions, not professional services in the way that the Alderman from the 16th is relying on for his precarious legal position. I also wanted to remind everyone that I did talk to Jeremy Travis with the Arnold Foundation. And I think in a, you know, in an ideal world, we would have people falling all over themselves trying to send money to us, but the Arnolds funded Baltimore's project to the tune of $3 million for 6 months. And so if that's, you know, a year here, that's $12 million. Jeremy Travis indicated to me that the length of time was never discussed with him with respect to a contract, that even if he was willing to help fund at a small percentage of what it was going to cost for this to move forward, it would be probably more than they were willing to fund. In addition, they definitely thought that having the city put their own money into the mix was incredibly important to them. And they think it's really important that we wait for the Rand Corporation to come back with their analysis on how this project worked in Baltimore. And they were not even sure at the Arnold Foundation with respect to what the efficacy would be with that huge dollar amount. Would the return on investment actually be something that made sense instead of funding other things like we have talked about today, such as root causes of crime? And lastly, I will just say there needs to be a fiscal note attached to this bill. Our police department, the circuit attorney's office, a number of other entities are going to be required to have capacity and personnel to work on this issue. And so if we want to do this the right way, there is a way to do it correctly. And we are not doing that today. And so I would urge all of my colleagues to do the right thing. And let's not get this tied up in litigation for gosh knows how long. Let's do this the right way if we want to do a pilot project to see if this can really bring relief to some really serious issues we have here in the city. This is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Alderman from the 21st. Alderman from the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I enjoy repetitive conversations just as much as the next alderman. I think that we have heard everybody's opinion and side as relates to this board bill. I would respectfully like to call the question.
I'll second that.
Point of order.
It's been moved. It's not a non-debatable.
You don't have the right bill in front of us. Point of order, Mr. President.
Second, it's been moved by the Alderman from the 21st that we call the question, and it's been seconded by the Alderman from the 23rd. That's a non-debatable motion.
Point of order, Mr. President.
The bill.
You don't have the right bill in front of us.
According to the clerk, you do. So follow the clerk's direction. According to the clerk, you do. It's been moved by the Alderman from the 21st, seconded by the Alderman from 23rd that we call the question on this board bill.
Point of order, Mr. President, we did not have the bill in front of us, the correct bill in front of us when we voted on it.
The bill that was referenced by the sponsor was the one that was uploaded to the drive, and you have access to it.
It was not in front of us when we voted on it.
According, we haven't voted on it yet.
We did vote to put it in front of us.
But the bill that the spot, again, we're moving past that. It's a non-debatable motion. We have a motion to call the question in front of us. The bill is up on the drive according to the clerk. It's been up there for at least an hour, probably 2 hours. So you should have had access to it. It's been moved and seconded that we call the question. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus,
No.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. I'm sorry, Alderwoman Middlebrook, I didn't hear you. Alderman Bosley,
No.
Alderwoman Evans, Alderwoman Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Ingracia,
No.
Alderman Coder,
No.
Alderwoman Rice,
No.
Alderman Gunther,
No.
Alderman Vollmer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
No.
Alderwoman Grass,
Aye.
Alderwoman Murphy,
No.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Green,
No.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderman Rhodey,
Aye.
Alderman Todd,
No.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer,
No.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Vaccaro,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
No.
Alderman Cone, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Navarro,
No.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Alderman Cone, (15) aye votes and 13 no votes.
By a vote, you sustain the motion of the Alderman from the 21st. So now what's before us is the perfection of Board Bill 200 floor substitute. My understanding that the floor substitute that was introduced by the Alderman from the 16th was the one that he had in hand was the one that is uploaded and has been uploaded to the drive for access for everyone to have. And what we've been discussing across the last couple of hours. So now what's before us is the perfection of that floor substitute. It's been moved by the Alderman from the 16th and seconded by the alderperson from the 14th, that we perfect Board Bill 200 floor substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Ingracia.
No.
Alderman Coder.
No.
Alderwoman Rice.
No.
Alderman Gunther.
No.
Alderman Vollmer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin.
No.
Alderwoman Grass.
Aye.
Alderwoman Murphy.
No.
Alderwoman Howard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Green.
No.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Pass.
Alderman Rhodey.
Aye.
Alderman Todd.
No.
Alderwoman Davis.
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer.
Hey, what's going on?
No.
Alderman Collins Muhammad.
Aye.
Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Vaccaro.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
No.
Alderman Cone.
No.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro.
No.
President Reed.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No, if you can hear me, I put it in chat. No.
Yeah, we heard you.
Okay.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd. $15 aye votes and 14 no votes.
By your vote, sustain the motion of the alderman from the 16th and perfected Board Bill 200 floor substitute.
Board Bill 239, sponsored by President Reed, Alderwoman Hubbard, Alderwoman Murphy, and Alderman Boyd. An ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, wherein the Board of Aldermen authorizes the receipt of and appropriates funds appropriated by the United States Congress of the Department of Treasury under the House of Representatives Bill 133 for emergency rental and housing assistance payment by local governments and emergency health purposes under the United States Department of Health and Human Services grant programs and for low-income household drinking water and wastewater emergency assistance program and containing an emergency clause.
Alderwoman from the 13th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 239.
President, members of the board, thank you. I would like perfection of Board Bill 239. It is a
Hold on a second. It's been moved by the Alderman from 13th. I entertain a seconded by the Alderman from 22nd. All right, please proceed.
Sorry, okay. Board Bill 239 is a 80 million COVID relief fund bill from the CARES Act Part 2. Approximately, I guess 9 million will be for rental and mortgage assistance, 4 million for water and sewer assistance, and the bulk of it, 75 million, to cover COVID-related expenses such as vaccine distribution, contact tracing, especially for high-risk mental health, and funding for children in daycare centers. And I ask for your favorable approval.
Alderman from the 18th, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, my hand was up for the for Board Bill 200.
Oh, okay, all right. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 13th, you're recognized to close.
I renew my motion.
All right, it's been moved by the Alderman from 13th, seconded by Alderman from 22nd, that we perfect Board Bill 239. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries.
I'm still at my meeting.
I'm sorry. That is the extent of board bills for perfection.
All right, third reading consent.
Board Bill 162, Committee Sub. Board Bill 163, Committee Sub, and Board Bill 181.
Alderman from 22nd, you recognize on a motion for third reading consent calendar.
Mr. President, members of the board, I move for adoption of the third reading consent calendar.
Moved by
Second.
Alderman from 22nd, seconded by Alderman from 10th, and who else? There was someone else.
That's all right.
All right, I just called the Alderman from
I'm
10th.
sorry.
Oh, Alderman from the 14th. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Ingracia.
Aye.
Alderman Coder.
Aye.
Alderwoman Rice.
Aye.
Alderman Gunther.
Aye.
Alderman Vollmer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin.
Aye.
Alderwoman Grass.
Aye.
Alderwoman Murphy.
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Rhodey.
Rhodey is aye.
Alderman Todd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis.
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer.
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad.
Dear, I'm working on it. Yeah.
Aye.
Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Vaccaro.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Cone. I'm sorry, Alderman Cone, was that aye?
Yes, it was aye.
Thank you. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd.
She's there.
Alderwoman.
Aye.
Thank you. Alderwoman Navarro.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley.
Aye.
29 aye votes.
By a vote, you stand the motion of the Alderman from the 22nd and third read and finally passed the aforementioned bills. Third reading report of engrossments.
Board Bill 164 as amended, sponsored by Alderman Rhodey. An ordinance determining that the tax increment financing plans as listed in Exhibit A are making satisfactory progress except as noted under the proposed time schedule for completion of projects therein.
Alderman from the 17th, you recognize on third reading, final passage of Board Bill 164 as amended. Alderman from the 17th. You recognize on the third reading and final passage of Board Bill 164 as amended.
Yes, Mr. President, I move for passage of Board Bill number 164 as amended.
Moved by the Alderman from the 17th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th. Alderman from the 17th, please proceed.
I renew my motion.
Alderman from the first.
Mr. President, members of the board, I rise in opposition of this board bill. The hard thing about being the rules chair, you have to sign all kinds of things that you don't agree with. I want to tell young people that who are opposed to things, when you're the chair of rules, you put your name on everything. I am opposed to these tips. I have made that perfectly clear, so I don't need to go into a long speech about it, except to say, I still had to get it out of committee, and we do it anyway, but I did and voted for it to come out of committee, but I am opposed to these tips, and I think the school board made a very good point about tips and tax abatement and the board of aldermen granting these things and how it affects them. And I'm writing a letter to the school board to suggest that the reason why there are so many in certain areas is because there's no backlash to it. There's no responsibility. When you get ready to close the schools, start closing the schools where people have done tips and tax abatements. Don't close the schools where the people are not doing them. Let's just close them. We're going to look at, why don't we look at where there are the most tips and tax abatements, and let's close those schools, because what we're doing right now is we're allowing people to take money from the school system, and then when they're bleeding, they then punish the very children, and I'm talking about the children in North St. Louis who original lawsuits were against the school board, saying that they weren't getting a proper education. So I am a
Alderman.
Mr. President, I'd be glad to debate the merits of TIF and tax abatement, but this bill really isn't passing a TIF or tax abatement. It is a state mandated or state required ordinance that we pass each year. And that's the purpose of that. So it's not that this is not a TIF, it's not a tax abatement. It's a state mandated a requirement that we do this each year. So I think we ought to be debating the merits of this if we have any discussion at all. So.
All right, thank you. Alderman from first.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. President. So for next time, I will do something very different, because I just wanted to make my point, but since he wants to make the point, I would tell everybody to look at these tips. The reason why they say are making satisfactory progress, except as noted under the proposed time schedule for completion of the project, is because many of them are not. And that is a false narrative that we're not debating TIFs. We're saying these things are progressing. The reason why they did a state law is because we have to report back what we're doing. We're not doing a good job. And so now, the next time something comes before my committee, I will take a much longer and harder look, because I was just about finished. And now I'm going to just complete anyway by saying this is a horrible thing we do to our community, and especially the Black children in North St. Louis. And it ought to be the schools ought to be closed where in the 17th ward where he does all that.
Thanks, Alderwoman. Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderman from the 17th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 14th, that we third read and final 64 as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Mr. President, am I entitled to close?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yes. Alderman from the 17th, I did skip giving you an opportunity to close.
May I proceed now?
Please proceed, yeah.
Mr. President, this ordinance is state required that we file this each year. That is what we're doing. Anyone who attended the HUD's committee last week will have witnessed our director of St. Louis Development Corporation and any number of several of the financial analysts that we've hired over the last several years who've done this. They've welcomed the opportunity to meet with the school. Several members of the HUD's committee actually suggested that they begin meeting with the school and educating them on some of the
point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Alderwoman, please state your point of order.
One, we started a roll call. It's too late to be closing. Two, and that's what you tell people all the time, to be fair. And two, then the alderman ought to follow his own advice and stop talking about meeting with the school system and just talk about what a great test they have with this report.
Thanks for stating your point of order.
Mr. President, it's been a long day and I have spoke for about 30 seconds. The Alderwoman has a way of speaking for about 3 hours, but I will acquiesce my 30-second comment. I think most people on the board say more than 30 seconds than what the Alderwoman from the first says in 3 hours. So I will go ahead and I will renew my motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman. It's been moved by the Alderman from the 17th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th that we third read and final pass Board Bill 164 as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Alderwoman Tyus is the rules chair and Joe Rody was out of order to speak at all. No.
1 o'clock.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman
Aye.
Evans. Bosley, thank you. Alderwoman Evans. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Alderwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Negracia.
Aye.
Alderman Coder.
We don't have to argue about this.
Aye.
Alderwoman Rice.
Present.
Alderman Gunther.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Morton.
Aye.
Alderwoman Grass.
Aye.
Alderwoman Murphy.
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Green.
Present.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye. Aye.
Alderman Rhodey.
Aye.
Alderman Todd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis.
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer.
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Vaccaro.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Present.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Navarro.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad.
Aye.
25 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 present.
By your vote, you stay in the motion. Alderman from the 17th and third read and finally passed Board Bill 164 as amended.
Board Bill 166 as amended, sponsored by Alderman Boyd, President Reed, Alderwoman Hubbard, Alderwoman Negracia, Alderwoman Howard, Alderwoman Davis, Alderman Collins Muhammad, Alderman Vaccaro, Alderwoman Boyd, and Alderman Coder. An ordinance pertaining to the excise laws of the City of St. Louis, amending Ordinance 68536, Section 14.06.100, 14.06.210, 14.06.220, and 14.6.240, presently codified in Chapter 14.6 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis, having as their subject matter drinking license, licensing, employee-related licensing requirements, and employee criminal background checks, and containing the severability, emergency clauses, and penalty clause.
Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize on third reading and final passage of Board Bill 166 as amended.
Mr. President, members of the board, I move for third reading and final passage of Board Bill 166 as amended.
Moved by the Alderman from
Second.
And seconded by the Alderwoman from the 13th. First. Okay, from the first. Alderman from 22nd, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, this ordinance basically gives more latitude for the excise commissioner to work with businesses and employees who have had issues with a felony years ago. Let's say, for example, somebody had a felony when they were 18 years old and now they're like 48. Our current law says that they cannot handle liquor. So if you're working for Schnucks or a convenience store that has liquor, you cannot operate anywhere within that space, which is pretty much unfair. And this really moves us in line with the state statute.
Okay, any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the first.
Mr. President, members of the board, I want to apologize to the sponsor. I had some misunderstanding about this board bill. This is really a great bill. It's really not fair that people who do not, that make a mistake, not be able to work or not be able to be in the premises. So I think this really does correct an error. I had a misunderstanding. I want to thank the excise commissioner. He came and made sure that we understood it. And I am a supporter of this and think this is a great bill. And thank you for passing it.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Any further discussion? Alderman from the 19th.
Very quickly, I appreciate this board bill. It's going to give a lot of people an opportunity to be employed and employed in good positions. And if we think about it, the young man that's in charge of all Bellagio's restaurants and everything, he's a felon. Suppose he hadn't got the chance. And that man has given back, and he's a Black man that would have been scorned forever if somebody hadn't given him a chance. So I thank the sponsor. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 14th. Alderwoman from the 14th.
I agree with the previous statements. I believe that this will give people an opportunity to have gainful employment and more purposeful lives with this. I didn't realize that this even existed, that people that had a conviction on their record could not work around alcohol. It seems almost archaic. So I think that this will open the doors for a lot of people, hopefully. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize to close.
Mr. President, members of the board, I renew my motion.
Been moved by the Alderman from 22nd, seconded by the Alderman from the first, that we third reading and final pass Board Bill 166 as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard.
diet soda if you want.
Alderwoman Ingracia,
Aye.
Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Rice,
Aye.
Alderman Gunther,
Aye.
Alderman Ballmer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
Aye.
Alderwoman Grass,
Aye.
Alderwoman Murphy, Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Green,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderman Rhodey,
Aye.
Alderman Todd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad, Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Vaccaro,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderman Cone,
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Navarro,
Aye.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard, Alderwoman Murphy,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad, 27 aye votes.
By vote, staying the motion, Alderman from 22nd and 3rd read and finally passed Board Bill 166 as amended.
That is the extent of third reading report of engrossment.
Report of enrollment.
Board Bill 162 as a committee sub, Board Bill 163 committee sub, Board Bill 181, Board Bill 164 as amended, and Board Bill 166 as amended.
All other business being suspended, the president shall in open session affix his signature hereto to the end that these may become law. Other one from the 19th, you recognize on the courtesy resolutions calendar. Other one from the 19th, you recognize on the courtesy resolutions calendar. Alderman from the 22nd. Oh, there she is.
I'm trying to do some other work. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry.
I move that we adopt our courtesy resolution calendar.
Moved by the Alderman from 19th, seconded by the Alderman from 22nd. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. First reading of resolutions.
Resolution 91 sponsored by Alderman Rhodey, Strategic Mobility Transportation Master Plan.
Alderman from the 17th, you recognize on the first reading of resolution 91.
Yes, Mr. President, I would request that that's assigned to the Transportation Committee.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 17th that we assign resolution 91 to Transportation and Commerce, seconded by the Alderman from 22nd. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That is the extent of first reading of resolution.
Second reading.
Resolution 87 sponsored by Alderman Muhammad and Alderman Vaccaro, intention to establish O'Fallon Penrose Special Business District.
Alderman from the 21st, you recognized on this second reading of resolution 87. Alderman from the 21st. Alderman from the 21st, you recognize on the second reading of Resolution 87. Alderman from the 23rd, would you like to handle the second reading of Resolutions 87 for the Alderman from the 21st?
Yes. I'm sorry. So, yeah, since I don't have it in front of me, can the clerk read the resolution?
Yes. Madam Clerk, could you please read Resolution 87?
In just a second.
I didn't have it in front of me. I mean, I can.
If you want to just make a motion to adopt.
I think I can keep it pretty simple. I'll just make a motion that we
approve Resolution 87.
87.
Second.
Establishing an O'Fallon Penrose Special Business District.
All right, moved by the Alderman from the 23rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 22nd. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Miscellaneous unfinished business.
We have none.
Mr. President.
Yes. Alderman.
Point of privilege, if you don't mind. I heard that we might be having extra meetings early on, like maybe,
Yeah, I think I can get to you in the announcements. We're going
Okay.
we're going to announcements now. Announcements.
Tuesday, January the 26th, 2021, Ways and Means will have a meeting 1 p.m. via webinar. Wednesday, January the 27th, 2021, HUDs will have a meeting 9 a.m. via webinar. Rules will have a meeting 10 a.m. via webinar. Friday, January the 29th, 2021, full board meeting 10 a.m. via webinar.
Alderman from the 22nd.
Yes, Mr. President, I wasn't sure what point in the agenda I was to bring this up, but I heard discussion maybe 5 or 6 hours ago about we might need to have a special meeting. And I only want to bring that up because I remember this past summer when there was an attempt to have a special meeting, there was confusion as to the rules and what have you. So is it your intent to have a special meeting or extra meeting between now and February the 5th, which is designated, I think is our last day until sign and die?
If we need to, we'll notify that we'll give the board enough notice to do it. Right now, I can't think of, of course, if we have some movement on the COVID funding and some of those things, we'll be able to do it. And then we'll have plenty of time to give the board notice on that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also just wanted to make sure that the Parks Committee meeting for next Tuesday at 9 a.m. was added to the calendar.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that.
So noted.
Alderman from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask the clerk to check with their schedules, and I'd like to go ahead and have a transportation meeting next week. And wherever you can fit it in, Wednesday or Thursday is fine. We're going to check with the committee for their availability as well.
Okay. All right. Clerk,
and Mr. President, I just want to say out of caution, because things are moving fast and changing every day, that we probably need to schedule an additional meeting the Thursday before that last meeting that is already scheduled. If we don't need it, we won't use it, but it's better to have it early scheduled so that everybody that's involved with all the things that are moving so fast and changing know exactly where the end is by having that extra meeting. So I hope you'll think about that and we publish it early.
Okay, thank you. I absolutely will. Thank you, Alderwoman. Any further announcements? Any further announcements? All right. Alderman from 22nd, recognized on the motion.
Hey, Mr. President.
Yeah, Alderman from 21st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank my colleague, Alderman Vaccaro, for carrying the resolution for me. I lost connection and was having a hard time getting back in. So thank you, Alderman Vaccaro.
No problem.
All right, thank you. Any further announcements? Any further announcements? All right, Alderman from 22nd, recognized on the motion to excuse.
Mr. President, members of the board, it is my indeed esteemed pleasure to announce that all members are present.
That's excellent. I want to thank you all for another spirited meeting. We have to stop meeting like this on Fridays for 8 hours, but I enjoyed it. It was a lot of good debate today, and I think we got a lot of good work done. Alderman from the 22nd, you recognized on the motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm gonna call a point of order. I saw some hands up. I wasn't sure.
No, well, I didn't see.
I'll put it back down.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
You recognize on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. President, it's been such a long day and we've been having so much fun.
No, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's go.
Let's stay.
Let's move. Yeah.
So to be on the safe side, I move to adjourn to next Friday, January 29th, 2020 at 10 a.m.
Been moved by the Alderman from the 22nd. I heard the Alderman from the 25th out there, the Alderman from the 3rd, Alderman from the 10th. So 24th, 25th, 13th, and 10th. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No!
We stand adjourned. You all have a good week.